twisted that into two arms back up arms. Prove it. Turn on the right. Maybe. Okay, we count. Maybe it's no question. For the choose. This.但其实还是有差异的。Good.中字了 pray 这是第一个。 image. What's been this? Organization.
Organization.
Value. I think here. Demand. Ranking rate here. Phyllis. Being
Benefit.
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 Is reason. Wait.不是因为点了，好快啊！这个。 interview.
Interview.
Interview. Thanks.
Insurance. Insurance. Insurance.
And I can feel respect. 中音再来一个单词。
several, 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 several,
several,
several, several, several, several, several, several, several, several, several, several, several, several, several, several, several.
Several, several,
several,
several, several, several, several, several, several, several,
several,
Several.
Several. Several.
several,
several, several,
这个才是清楚的吗？OK， 它两个都行，那就用这个。
several, several, several,
several，没有
several,
several。treatment. Right. fish, English. Egg, glass, glass,
exhaustion,
glass,
exhaustion,
glass. 怎么省略掉了？对。Glass. Glass.
exhaustion, exhaustion,
Okay.
exhaustion,
I have a crap.
Stomach. Stomach. Stomach.
Crabs. lower, medicine. Special private. Stomach. Present. Here. In private. Enjoy. Right. Okay. I can see. choke. Claim to say that something is true is a fact, or you cannot, you cannot. 连着做。
Cannot.
Can it? Okay, can it? Okay, claim to say that something is true or is a fact. To say that something is true or is a fact. To say that something is true or is fact, you cannot prove it, and看它怎么拼的，这就是这个。Other people met again met 没有错，不是这种met not believe
Believe.
believe believe, believe,
believe,
believe,
believe, believe 阳化 believe, believe it, believe, believe, believe 这属于阳化型，这完全是 believe it, believe, believe, believe it, believe it, believe it. They come claim it is not responsible is not responsible for the pollution. To have made the president, but I don't believe it. 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 Or our parties have claimed success. Success in
election,
okay. For parties, no, terrorist， 不，我觉得这里好像有点问题。
terrorist, 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 terrorist,
terrorist. Someone who used terrorist. Protect. Terrorist.
terrorist,
terrorist, terrorist, terrorist, terrorist, terrorist,
terrorist, terrorist, terrorist,
terrorist,
terrorist, terrorist, terrorist, terrorist, terrorist, terrorist,
grow, and terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning's morning's attack if an organization or group claims or take particular number of members then number of members then number of them number of people are believed to belong to it to ask for something. To ask for something, to ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you or because 20 million people face Star Wars. Because. Okay. Or because you think you have a right to person we momentous 维护了 momentous please The police said that if no one claimed they watch, you can keep it. One can reach the tide in Henry 23 Henry IV claimed the English 我把纠正一下，看一下，搞到现在很多都要看，来纠正English through to make a right demand for money from our government war 7月真棒！哎呦，
to TIP.
On today's episode, I sit down with Chris Mayer to discuss the lessons from his book, 100 Baggers. Chris is the portfolio manager of Woodlock House Family Capital. Chris's book was published in 2018, and it has quickly become a favorite within the investing community. The book very clearly explains the ingredients needed for a stock to compound and grow to 100 bagger status, which is what we discussed during this episode. In this episode, you'll learn the primary characteristics of companies that reached 100 bagger status in the past, how Chris views valuation when purchasing high-quality companies, how Chris assesses the durability of a moat, why stocks are one of the best long-term protections against calamity and chaos, why Chris prefers to own companies with management teams that own substantial portions of the company's stock, why Chris chose to concentrate his fund into only 10 holdings, Chris's assessment of Constellation Software and why it's one of his favorite positions, and so much more. Chris is a wealth of knowledge and has really helped me a lot personally with determining what are the most important attributes of a business to look at. And I find it really fascinating to study some of the companies that are in his portfolio, such as Constellation Software, Topicus, Copart, and Old Dominion Freight Line. These are all really high conviction names for Chris, as he only owns 10 or so stocks at the time of the recording. What I also find fascinating about Chris's approach is how he makes investment decisions very infrequently. During 2022, for example, Chris mentions during this interview that he only made one purchase and one sell. If you haven't read 100 Baggers, I really recommend the book. It's been really helpful for me in helping me refine my thinking of what to look for in a quality company to hold for the long run. With that, I really hope you enjoy today's discussion with Chris Mayer.
You are listening to The Investors Podcast, where we study the financial markets and read the books that influence self-made billionaires the most. We keep you informed and prepared for the unexpected.
All right, hey everyone, welcome to the Investors Podcast. I'm your host, Clay Fink, and today I'm very happy because I'm joined by Chris Mayer. Chris, thank you for joining me today.
Hey, good to be on with you, Clay.
So I read through your book, 100 Baggers, for probably the third or fourth time in preparation for this interview, and it's definitely one of my go-tos when figuring out, the types of things I want to look for when purchasing a company. I'd call myself more so like a quality investor. I want to buy a higher quality company, kind of what Warren Buffett's preached more and more. Maybe we could get this conversation kicked off by maybe just having you just tell us what a 100 bagger is and what brought you to writing a book on them.
So 100 bagger is a stock that goes up 100 to 1. So you put $1 and you get 100 back. How I got into it? Well, that's interesting. I mean, it started with Chuck Ockray really in 2011. And he gave a talk called Investor's Odyssey. You can find it online. It's definitely recommend it. It's a great talk. And in that talk, he mentions a book by Thomas Phelps called 100 to 1 in the stock market. And I was an investing junkie. I thought I had read every kind of investing book out there, all the obscure ones too. And I'd never heard of that one. So I got it, and I really loved it. And I started quoting from it. And this was back when I was running my newsletter. I had a reader say, you should update that book. So I was like, that's a great idea. So that's how it really got started. I started to put together the research on my own and to update Phelps's study, but that's what really inspired me.
It's kind of funny that you come across some of your best ideas from the outside. It just kind of serendipitously happens to you, and then you're like, hey, why didn't I ever think of that?
Serendipity is a powerful thing, man. That's one of my favorite words, serendipity. It's you never underestimate it.
So tell us some of the key characteristics you found in studying the 100 baggers. I know you put a lot of money into updating the study to put together the new list of companies that achieved the 100 bagger status. So what were some of the key characteristics you found?
Well, I mean, the list that I created too, I sort of culled it a little bit. So I took out a lot of the little tiny little microcap players, like if some little mining stock went from 5 cents to $5 or something, that kind of stuff didn't make it, because I was trying to kind of grapple with the idea that you might be able to see these in the numbers. You can't really predict if a mining company's going to hit it big, or some small little biotech company's going to have a big drug that suddenly, goes up hundreds of percent. We've all seen those happen. So I was trying to see if there were some predictable ones, and I guess I was a little bit. I didn't find as much as I thought I would, as far as kind of like a statistical profile, which I kind of hoped I might get more at. But because the path up the mountain is so varied, and there's so many different ways. But if I had to pick a few things, I would say, almost all these stocks, took a long time to get there. Like if there's kind of imagine a fat tail, like most of them were 20, 25 years it took to get there, and to do that, so you have to compound capital at 20 to 25% a year for 20 to 25 years, and that gets you your 100 bagger. That's basically the math of it. So that kind of frames it, and everything else is kind of backing into how do you get that. So that's the most important, and I would say, that means that you have to have companies that grow a lot, right? So McDonald's of the worlds and the Home Depots that just expanded and had the world as their market. I mean, those are the ones that kind of stand out. That's definitely one of those traits, the ability to just really grow, high returns on capital, long period of time. Obviously, companies that did this also usually had some sort of moat. They had something that they did that was difficult to copy. And then another one that I like, that I'm more sensitive to because I've integrated this in my own investing process, and that's it, that they have some sort of entrepreneur or somebody behind it. So there's a number of Charles Schwab, you got Charles Schwab, right? And Steve Jobs behind Apple. I mean, there's always, not always, but there was often an individual entrepreneur, some driving force that really got it going, and that was important to the thing. There are exceptions to that, but those are some.
Yeah, and then the biggest winner of your study was TIP's favorite, Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway. I think at the time you wrote the book, it was an 18,000 bagger, which just mind-numbing returns when you think about it and look at his track record versus the S&P 500.
Yeah, it's nuts. This is crazy.
As someone that's younger and is continuing to learn more and more about investing and listening to your past interviews, I know you talked about how you learned a lot along the way and kind of found your way to wanting to buy these higher quality companies. And I think one of the biggest struggles for me is the catch-22 of you want to own a great business, but oftentimes the market knows it's a great business and it's trading at a higher valuation or a higher multiple. And I think that some investors kind of struggle with that because maybe 20, 30 years ago, a lot of these higher quality companies weren't trading at as higher multiples. But maybe we'll see that direction shift a little bit with higher interest rates now too.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point. I mean, valuations for most of these great companies were generally higher. I mean, it wasn't like, we often find exceptions, right, when I think like Constellation Software, if you go back to like 2015 or 16, whatever it was, I think they had pretty crazy low multiple of earnings. You're like, what happened there? But that's kind of not very typical. Most of the time, great companies carry premiums, and it can still work out. I always think of those little exercises like Terry Smith is famous for doing, where he looks at a company and he rolls back 20 years and shows you what you could have paid and still earned whatever 10% compound return, and the PE multiples are always really high. You gotta be careful with that kind of thing because you gotta be right about the business. But I've done that with some of my own holdings. I remember I did Copart, and I think I looked at it's a 10-year period where it was up 10x, but I looked at what you could have paid, and you could have paid like 60-something times earnings and still made 15% compounded over that decade, even though at the time it was still trading at a premium to the S&P. I think it was 20-something times. So yeah, you really got to be right about the business. And then I would say, you don't think of it necessarily like you only get one bite of the apple. So you buy some today, and 2-3 years down the road, maybe you get another chance where it does get kind of cheap. And so if you're really, especially if you're younger and you're investing in these things for the long haul, you're going to get more assets as you go, and you'll probably be buying them for years. That's another lesson with the 100 baggers, is that for a lot of these stocks, you could have bought them at the highest price paid for, the highest price they traded in any year. You could have done that for years in a row and still made 100 times your money. So if you're really right about the business, you have more room on valuation than you probably think.
As you mentioned, you really need to be right about the business, and a key piece of that is obviously what you've alluded to is the moat. A company needs to be able to continue to grow and continue to fend off competition and earn those high returns on capital and continue to grow earnings. An example to nowadays, a stock that's kind of been punished is Alphabet. Charlie Munger said they have the strongest moat in the world years back. They regret missing that one. And then now, people are saying, you know, they have no moat. There's AI's coming in, ChatGPT and all this and its capabilities. How do you go about assessing the durability of a moat?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on that because that's, I mean, Clay, you hit it. I mean, that's the thing. If you're going to own these things for a long time and you're buying businesses that own earn high returns on their capital, you want to make sure they can continue to do it year after year. And so you have to spend a lot of time figuring out what makes it special, why they're earning those high returns. So naturally excludes a lot of things that are very cyclical. You know, you might have an obvious example. We say you have oil and gas companies earning great returns, but that's only because we're at a good spot in the oil cycle, for example. That might not always be the case, right? So you really have to spend time figuring out what makes it special. And I don't know. I mean, there are different kind of competitive advantages. You know, network effects. We all know some of these. I think of an example like, say, Copart is a name I own. I always mention it because it seems to be a good example of a company that has a moat. That has basically one other competitor, Insurance Auto Auctions, but its competitive advantage is really rooted in the real estate that it owns and accumulates over a long period of time, and then the network effects of having all these different buyers and sellers of salvage cars, salvage vehicles on their marketplace, and so that becomes very, very difficult for competitors to crack over time. So that's what you have to do. I mean, it's a case-by-case basis, looking at the companies and figuring out how is it able to earn those high returns, and then being convinced that they can do it for a long period of time, and it's very difficult to copy what they do.
As I've learned more about how investors go about beating the market, it's been a really humbling experience. Initially, it's easy to believe that it's impossible to beat the market nowadays with all this information that's out there. Anyone can access it for free. You have all this money in Wall Street that can invest in certain resources you can't get access to. The list goes on for reasons you won't be able to beat the market. And I was reading The Joys of Compounding. It's a fantastic book by Gautam Bade, and he talks about this study where they look back and they looked at, okay, here's the higher performing companies that earn high returns on capital and the lower performing companies. And what they found in that study is that the winners tended to keep on winning and the losers tend to keep on losing. And when you buy one of those winners at a fair price, essentially the opportunity for an individual investor like me, the opportunity is to have that long time horizon. So buying those winners and then just allowing them to compound as you just sit and wait. And I think that's one of the beauties of it, and something you've discovered in your research as well.
Yes, and I don't know that you necessarily want to make like beating the market your goal right off the bat, because it's kind of like saying you want to be happy. It's just not a goal you go at directly. It's kind of like it's the end result of a good process, and also you don't have to do it whole hog. If you were an individual investor, you could take some of your money, put it in an index fund, and leave it there, and then put some other part where you're trying to do better than that by studying businesses and doing as you suggest, trying to buy the winners. And I definitely agree with that. The winners tend to keep winning. Now, there's always exceptions, but it's easier. I was saying, kind of joke with the end, you're buying a chart that goes up and to the right, and you want it to keep going up and to the right. But that's what tends to happen. The winners do tend to keep on winning again because they have some competitive advantage and something special, and then they keep doing it. So, all good points, I would say.
Let's take a quick break and hear from today's sponsors.
This is a huge deal. For the first time ever, investors of all sizes can invest in some of the top private pre-IPO companies in the world, including those leading the AI revolution. Fundrise, already America's largest direct access alternative asset manager, just launched a first-of-its-kind venture capital product that's available for all investors. And the timing couldn't be better. You've seen the headlines, from large language models to autonomous vehicles to disease research. AI's impact on the world is moving at light speed. If you're an investor, you should be asking how AI is going to impact your portfolio. With Fundrise, you can invest in some of the top private pre-IPO companies in the world. Before, it would have been virtually impossible to invest in these companies before they went public. Join the more than 2 million people already using Fundrise by visiting fundrise.com/TIP. That's fundrise.com/TIP. All investments can lead to loss. This episode is brought to you by AlphaSense, the AI-driven market intelligence and search platform behind the world's biggest decisions. Are you still leaving alpha on the table? The best of the best know that the right financial intelligence platform can make or break your quarter. That's why AlphaSense is the #1 rated financial research solution by G2. With AI search technology and an extensive universe of public, private, proprietary, and premium content, you can stay ahead of key macroeconomic trends and accelerate your research efforts. AI capabilities like smart synonyms, sentiment analysis, and smart summaries ensure you go even deeper on industry and company analysis, from when to buy, hold, or sell investments to why. AlphaSense enables you to spend less time on manual, fruitless work and more time on providing better analysis. Move faster than the market and beat FOMO by visiting alpha-sense.com/FS today. That's alpha-sense.com/FS. If your business earns millions or even tens of millions of dollars in revenue, then you're in luck because it's your time to learn about NetSuite. We get it. All businesses run into their own issues. You fall behind, teams get buried in work, and it feels like you're putting out one fire after another in your search for truth. If this is you, you should know these 3 numbers: 36,000, 25, 1. 36,000, that's the number of businesses which have upgraded to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, streamlining accounting, financial management, inventory, HR, and more. 25, NetSuite turns 25 this year. That's 25 years of helping businesses do more with less. Close their book in days, not weeks, and drive down costs. 1, because your business is one of a kind. So you get a customized solution for all of your KPIs or key performance indicators in one efficient system with one source of truth. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, and improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. Right now, download NetSuite's popular KPI checklist designed to give you consistently excellent performance absolutely free at netsuite.com/study. That's netsuite.com/study to get your own KPI checklist. netsuite.com/study.
All right, back to the show.
Another piece I found quite interesting in your book was the focus on investing in stocks rather than other asset classes. Nowadays, there's a good number of people that put a lot of their wealth outside the financial system, and some probably just wait and hold cash, waiting for the next crash to happen, essentially trying to time the market. And you referenced the work of Barton Biggs and how he studied these different historical catastrophes, what I'll call them, and how one preserves their wealth during times of chaos. So talk to the audience about why investing in stocks offers investors good protection against this type of calamity.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Barton Biggs' book was an interesting read. I think it's called War, Wealth, and Wisdom. And he looks at World War II, and he looks at how different stock markets behave, and even through that whole calamity, if you had bought, U.S. stocks, it would have done okay. I don't know if I would take that too much to extreme. I mean, I think the basic idea is that you want to own something, you want to own stuff, and if you own shares in a good business, a great business, your odds of surviving that calamity are probably okay. Now, we can come up with extreme calamities where that's not going to be the case, but most of things like wars and recessions and those kinds of things. And just think about it. I mean, when you have a great business, you also have people there trying to figure it out, trying to figure out the problems and keep the business going. So I think people underestimate that because they tend to think that they just want to own something like gold or something that they know won't change. And there's certainly a place in your portfolio for those kinds of assets, but I don't think you want to underestimate the ability of a really good business to navigate its way through difficult times. I mean, just look at the 20th century, it's kind of a mess, but if there's a number of stocks that did perfectly fine.
And the result of his work, he essentially recommended putting at least 75% of your assets into stocks.
Yeah, and that's Barton Biggs, which he was kind of pessimistic in that book, right? I mean, he wasn't. I think he had a lot of survivalist stuff in there too. So, and he still said 75%. And his guy is just looking at history in different markets and how they performed during very bad times.
Another piece I really resonated with in your book was the focus on owner-operators. I was talking with one of our founders, Stig, about a company, and I was telling him all about the business, how well the stock's done over time, and he kind of ignored what I was saying about the business. He's like, how much stock do the insiders own? And it kind of just took me aback because it was pretty unrelated to what I was talking about, but I think it just hits on the point of how important insider ownership and owner-operators is within a business. These are businesses that are heavily owned by the managers because the managers ultimately decide the fate of the business. So maybe you could expand on what makes owner-operator companies a ripe hunting ground for investors.
The more and more I study business and the more experience I get, the more I realize that at bottom, business is about people. And I guess there are some businesses that are so great that even when they have lousy management, they can survive that. But I always think of that Buffett quote too, where he says, over 10 years, a CEO determines where 60% of the capital is about the business is employed, something crazy like that. So capital allocation makes a big difference. And so I always like skin the game. There are a number of things I'd say. The behavior of people who own a lot of stock is just different, and it especially comes out in times of crisis. And there's different studies for this that show that they'll invest and continue to invest even during down times, where a more hired hand CEO might kind of pull back and wants to preserve his job, doesn't want to be called in question. So I think about even specific examples, like Old Dominion Freight Lines is a business I own, and they have continued to invest in opening new distribution centers, even when the trucking markets are weak and where their competitors don't. I remember a slide deck from one of their presentations where they show over a 10-year period of time the number of distribution centers, how it's grown for Old Dominion, but for a lot of their competitors it has not. So that, the willingness to invest in the business, very important. There's another interesting example. I mentioned Copart, and I tweeted this out. The difference between Copart and insurance auto auction when it came to investing in the business. Copart, again, owned by Willis Johnson and Jay Baird, have quite a bit of skin in the game, and they think long-term and invest long-term, whereas insurance auto auctions was owned mostly by, investors. There was not an entrepreneur in the heart of that one, and they were more intent on paying dividends and didn't reinvest in the business as aggressively. And so over time now you really see the difference. The market share for Copart is where they were almost equal, say I think it was in 2016. Now it's like 60-40 slanted for Copart. And that's not something you can easily fix, because Copart has been investing every year for all those years, and billions of dollars by now, and so it's very difficult to make up that ground. So those are some reasons. I think also there's other evidence that's out there about families, family-owned. I also count families as insiders. So if you have a family-owned business, they have certain behavioral patterns that are good. So for example, they don't play that earnings, the quarterly earnings game. They tend not to give guidance. They tend to be less levered, less financial leverage. So you add that all up, the incentives are just more aligned naturally when you're investing with people who have a lot of stock of their own. They're already on the same side as you, just naturally, by the fact that they own so much stock. Again, I always like to point out that there are exceptions to this, and I'm sure we can all come up with examples of businesses where the insider owned a lot and still treated minority shareholders very poorly. But by and large, when we look at the good place to fish, by and large, the populations of insider-owned companies tend to outperform.
I mentioned the joys of compounding, and he has a chapter all about incentives, and he's pulling these Buffett and Munger quotes, and you read that chapter and you're like just like blown away that incentives really drive so much of human behavior. If you want to understand why someone's doing what they're doing, it goes back to the incentives. And when someone owns a lot of stock, just naturally they're going to want the shares of the stock to do well over time, and they're going to be more likely to think long term and make those conservative type decisions.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Munger's famous quote on that is, "Show me the incentive, and I'll show you the outcome." So, yeah, and that's a big part of what I do at Woodlock House is look at the incentives, and we, our portfolio is full of companies that have high insider ownership. So it's important.
You mentioned Woodlock and the fund you're managing. So, transitioning from your book 100 Baggers, what were some of the key takeaways, other than maybe the owner-operator piece, that you've implemented into your own process? Do you always try and apply this template when you're investing in a company, or are there other sort of situations?
That's a great question. I mean, I think that, when I did the study, it definitely had an impact. I began to appreciate a lot more the compounding that these high-quality companies are capable of and results. But it took a while. I was kind of slow to go that way entirely. But even when I opened my fund in 2019, I still had some positions that were like some of the parts or deep value kind of, or special situations. And it's only, it's gradually over time, it's been pushing more and more and more to just doing finding some high-quality companies I can just own for a long time. And so finally, I'm all the way over there and 100% now, and I'm really not interested in, buying something that's trading at, deep discount to peers, and then you play some side of, catch up that's going to take place over the next year or two, and then you trade and do another one. So I don't do any of that now. So now I would say, I'm 100% with the outline that I put in 100 Baggers. So the big ones would be focusing on that return on capital. High return businesses that can continue.
Okay, if our listeners notice, they please said that if no one can, they watch. Claim that they watch. You can keep it. You can keep it. You can keep it. You can keep it. You can keep. You can keep it. You can keep it. You can keep it. You can keep it. 这也是严读了，对吧？One can reach richer. One can reach the three died. Henry Ford claimed the English through to make a right demand for money from a government.那不得不吐出走。 government or organization because we think I have a right to it. I have a right to it. The number of people claiming unemployment benefit government benefit. If anyone
benefit,
benefit if okay, employment benefits has risen sharply this month. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. After the interview, when my bag was stolen. Okay? No, stolen. No. You want it? Stolen. My bag was stolen. I claimed on the insurance and got $150 back. If this store won't give me a replacement TV, I'll claim my money. I'll claim my money back. If this store won't give me a replacement TV, I'll claim my money back. this store replacement of TV. I'll claim my money back. Claim to say that something is true or is a fact although you can't prove prove it, 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 and other 我觉得这里应该是连读，prove it, prove it, and other people might not believe it, and might not believe it. They come in company. The company name. It is not really that responsible for the pollution in the river to infinity. Okay, infinity. He claims to have met the president, but I don't believe it. But I don't believe him. But I don't believe him. He claimed to have president. He claimed to have met the president, but I don't believe. But I don't believe him. But I don't believe him. Okay. To say that something is true or is a truth, although you can't prove it, and other people might not believe it. They come, okay, believe it. To say that something is true. Have the planet. Okay. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. The company claim it is now responsible for the pollution in the river Heckling. He claimed to have made the president, but I don't believe it. All parties have claimed success. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. Terrorist group. Unknown terrorist group has claimed for this money. Has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. If I'm working this group claims particular number of numbers that number of people are believed to belong to it. To ask Okay, let me see. You did that one. Something a value because you think to ask for something, because you think it belongs to you, or because it's Okay, if I'm on a terrorist or on a terrorist or terrorist group has responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. If I'm organization or group claims, or if an organization or group claims a particular number of members, number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. To ask for something because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to demand. They police said that if no one claims the okay, to ask for something about you because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Okay, because you think you have to right to it. To ask for something about you because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right. Demand predicted that if no one claims they want, you can keep it. When can reach three times. One can reach the three times. Henry Ford claimed that the English throne to recommend demand for money from our government organization because you think you have a right to it. The number of people claim it. OK， 不行，我来查字典，根本读不懂。而且巧虎狼为无名之炊呀。Claim to say that something is true, is a fact, all that you can, no, they cannot prove. Prove to show. To show a particular result after after a period of time. To show a particular result after prove yourself. Approach to show her work means that she spent periods away from home. You can't prove it. Okay. To show a particular special. Particular. Special or this and not any other. Okay, special or this and not any other. Special or this and not any other. Special or this and not any other. Not any other. And special or this and not any other. She wanted a particular type of cut. He wouldn't take just any book. he had to have this particular one. He had this one. Why did you ask? 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 Oh, no particular reason. Just make up. Special. Or this and or this and or this and or this and not any other. Okay, special. Okay, 再来看这个 to show a particular without to show particular to without after a period of time. To show, to say that something is true or in fact. To say that something is true or is a fact. How that you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. To say that something is true or is a fact. Although you can to say that something is true or is a fact. Although you can and other people. Although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. To say that something is true or is a fact. Okay, you cannot prove it. To show prove it. To say something is true or is fact. Although you cannot prove it, and although you cannot prove it, and other people might believe it. Prove it, say, not prove it. To say. To say something else. Okay. Okay. To say that something is true or is They come to say they can't be responsible. They company. Correct me, that is the non-shared way. Okay, length. Work means that she spends long periods away from home.
Company.
Okay. Company. It's a company. Okay. The company claims it is not responsible. Responsible for someone something doing something. Okay, to have control. Is control. Control. Okay, to have control and authority. Okay, to have control and authority over something or someone, and the duty of take care of it. Take care of it. Him or her. Who is responsible for the to have control and authority over something or someone, and the duty of taking care of it, him or her. Who is responsible for the efficient running of their office. Her department is responsible. Okay. Responsible to have control and control and authority over something, and the duty of taking care of it, or her, of it, him or her. Wow, I don't understand. The company clean. He is not responsible for pollution in the river. Okay. Start. Responsible. Control on the
Authority.
Okay. The morale or nature, right, or ability to control the morale or nature, right, or ability to control the morale or nature, right, or ability to control. Control. Storage. No, not right. Then that or a group of people with profession responsible or particular expert or job. the power to control or demand obedience from others. If unwished, they can't mean it is not responsible. Make responsible. Have control over someone and the duty they take out him or her. They can't mean to or they prove. You can prove it. Cannot prove it. Prove it. And other people might not believe it. They can't be claimed it is not responsible. It is not responsible for the pollution. Cause. Okay. Demand caused to water air. In the river cause or by farmers demand. Pollution damage caused. For the push responsible company making with knowledge responsible to have control and person who caused something to happen because we do something bad. Responsible for the terrible myth, not too much bad weather or most bad weather was most bad weather was to be a person who caused something, especially something bad. Not for the pollution. Demands, spoil, demands. Demands. By harmful substance. 大呀、看 会。站一会儿，站一会儿。丢，怎么网络出错啊？你都行动也不行。我靠，有病吧？shit，你又不行了你。怎么回事？ 怎么又有问题？怎么老有问题？什么的都不行。我他妈他们3把2都出错了，哎，有点感谢了，坏的。能不能不我升级啊？3.23。真是够了。 particular, ask, producing, okay, producing, magical doodle, magic, water, air, by harmful, harmful substance, or waste, can claim to say that company claim to say that something is true or is fact. And claim to have made the present or damage into physical or injury. Then somebody goes no. Oh, I know. Particular sport in particular sport to harm or damage spoil something push okay prevent the person who has the highest political position in our country that is Republican and who in some of these countries in some of the countries is leader president. I think it's president. The person who has the country public and who is in some of these countries is the leader of the government. He claimed claimed to hide with the print. True or is a fact? I claim true. I claimed true. I claim. Right, they put it in the beginning. I claim other people. Believe it, and I don't, but, but, I don't believe it here. Okay, all parties have claim. Our party has claimed success in yesterday. In next yesterday. Claim responsible for the more claim group responsible. Next or time when people vote in order to choose someone for teacher. Our parties has connected yesterday. A time when people vote. Sport. Vote. Next. Vote. Yesterday's. All parties has claimed election. Vote. Our time when people vote when people vote in order to choose someone for political or official job. Or official job. group has claimed responsibility for this morning or tag. If our organization or group claims particular terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning attack. Okay. All parties have claimed the success in yesterday's elections. Responsibility. Claim responsibility.有什么缺点？Present. Something that is your job, or something that is that it is your job. Something that it is your job or duty. Something that you have to do because it is part of it. Something that you feel is the right thing to do. Something like duty. Duty. It's my duty. Something that you have to do. Something that you have to do because it is part of your job. Because it is part of your job, or something that you feel is the right thing to do, right thing to do, or something that you feel is the right thing to do. The duty of the urgency. The duty of the urgency is to act in the best interest of the child. Okay, duty. That's it. Terrorist group has claimed for the morning has claimed something that you jump. That you jump. Something that you jump. A group has a name. Has claim the responsibility. Something that you jump or do duty. Responsible. It's more responsibility. To have control over time. Counting key. Responsibility. The counting community is not who is director responsible for her department is responsible for overseeing the council. Okay, the responsible in the company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the railway. It claims to have the present. But I don't believe it. I don't believe. Our party have claimed success. No terrorist group has claimed. No terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning bomb attack. Duty next vote or talent damage. Because for weapon that for 这个画面冲击力好强。好一点无敌，好our weapons. To try to hurt or defeat environments. An notorious group had claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb, and claimed they claimed to have been to say that something is true or fact. Right. If I release another terrorist. Responsibility. Something that is a job or duty to deal with job. 这个真挺，我感觉有了这个网页词典，不用这个词典就没关系。Terrorist. Something who use vanity for the has clear responsibility for this responsibility. Something the job. Something responsible to have control and over something or someone and duty to take care of. The company to have control and authority over something or someone and the duty to take care of it. Take care of it. To take care of it. Or her. Okay, who is okay. The city council is keeping the street city. City council, the city council. Council. Our group will next choose the mission to give advice on the culture. Represent legal group around tourist. Okay. Responsible. The city irresponsible. Responsible. Okay, more example. Responsible to have control and authority over something or someone and authority. Take care of it, him or her duty. Okay. Company. The company claims it is irresponsible, taking care of it, him or her. Take one back. Oh, see this.我这里有肉吗？终于上了一个。我还drink。好的，容。Okay. Swiss. Responsibility.
All right, welcome everybody back to the podcast. We have with us Hasib Qureshi, who's a partner at Dragonfly. Hasib and I used to work together back when I was more active in crypto land. And Vitalik is, of course, a polymath and genius, although he may bristle at that description, who created Ethereum, which was the first smart contract blockchain to gain any volume and change the face of blockchain computing as we know it. Hasib, do you want to give us a quick one-paragraph background on yourself?
So I'm a software engineer by background. I'm now an investor. I run Dragonfly Capital, which is a global crypto fund. We only invest in crypto, and I've been doing this for a little bit over 4 years now. It's funny because when I first got into crypto, I remember I was actually at IC3, this academic crypto conference. I just left my job at Airbnb as a software engineer, and I met Vitalik for the first time, and I asked you, what do you think is the most important problem to solve in crypto? At the time, your answer was something about wallets. So you were like, I think it's important to build more wallets. And at that time, I had a vague understanding of what that meant to build wallets. But it was what triggered my dive down the rabbit hole of Ethereum. I remember in the very early days, when I was first really diving into crypto, I remember coming away with a very strong feeling after that IC3 conference that Bitcoin was going to die. And the reason why I thought Bitcoin was going to die is I was like, you look at the obvious massive delta.
Okay. If if I work in this organization or role, okay. Claim if I work like this or grow claims, okay. Okay, it's not the company claim. It's not. A claim is to have met the president, but I don't believe it. But in party the unknown group has claimed responsibility. It is duty. This is something is a part of your job. As claimed my group. For this morning's bomb or hack with our organization, if an organization or if an organization or group claims there are particular number of members, particular number of members, that member of people are believed to belong. If you like. if an organization or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organization or group claims or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organization or group claims a particular number of members, that the number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organization or group claims a particular number of members, that number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organization or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organization or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organization or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. Okay. If an organization or group claims a particular number of people are believed to belong to it. To be in the right place or suitable place. To be in the right place or suitable place. To be in the right place or belong. Next. To be in the right place for belong. To be in the right place for They come to ask. To ask for something. Belong to be in the right place or suitable place to go. To be in the right place. Okay. Work relation or group claims particular number. 这个怎么是这样的？这是个例句，这是个例句。If organization or group claim a particular number of members, if an organization or group claim a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If I work or group or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If an organization or group claims a particular number of members, that number of people are believed to belong to it. Okay, if an organization or group claim a particular number of members, the number of people organization or group claim a particular number. Some people still claim that there is no firm or evidence links smoking with non-cancer. Some people still claim that there is no firm evidence link smoking with non-cancer. They claim to be the biggest company in the world, which is true if you include their subsidiaries. Okay. To ask for something of value because you think it belong to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Okay. To ask for something of value because you think it no. Belongs to right place, to be in the right place. What do this? Suitable. To ask for something of value because ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to, or because you think you have a right to. Because you think you have a right to it. You think you, or because you think you have a right to it. Okay. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to a claim or party to have claim to say that something is true or is a fact. Although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. If an organization or group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to, or because you think you have a right to it. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. The police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. The police said that if no one claim that they watch. You can keep it. Okay. When King Richard III died, Henry forced the English. When King III died, Henry forced the English. What's the meaning of this? Cons.
Throne.
Throw are special chair used by a ruler, especially the king, the king or queen. Throw. No, English. When Rachel King III, Henry forced him claimed that they named with ask something about it because you think he is, or because you think he claimed to have met. I claim to have met the but I didn't believe. Okay, but I didn't believe. Okay.
The intellectual energy and character of what's going on in the Ethereum world, which is everything that I saw at IC3, versus what I saw in the Bitcoin world, which was a whole lot of religious anger and fervor and not a whole lot of innovation. And I turned out to have a very simplistic understanding at the time, but that was how I first got into crypto first time, through that small interaction that you and I had back then.
And you also have a background as a poker player, if I remember correctly.
That is also correct. In a former life, before I got into the technology world, I used to be a professional poker player for about 5 years.
There's a strangely large number of us who were either in Magic the Gathering or in poker before we got into crypto.
Or World of Warcraft.
Maybe it's just geeks and gamers.
Everything is bigger than that. I had this theory that you and I have talked about before. Every generation, there is some hustle. That if you're really smart, very aggressive and looking for edges and not afraid of looking weird, there are ways to get ahead early or to make a lot of money in a way that's not obvious to most people. And it's maybe even slightly subversive. It's the kind of thing your parents would raise their eyebrows if you were spending a lot of time on. In my day, that was poker. There's a time when it became fantasy sports, and it became crypto, then it became DeFi, and liquidity mining, then it became NFT trading. 2 years from now, there'll be something else when NFTs are very professionalized and there's not that much alpha to be made trading NFTs. There'll be something else that young, really hungry people who are not afraid of looking dumb are going to be doing to make a lot of money.
Vitalik, you want to give us a quick background?
Born in Russia, moved to Canada when he was 6. At the time, I had already been doing a lot of math, a lot of programming, and I had been halfway through high school. And I came upon this interesting Bitcoin thing. It fascinated me immediately because of how it combines together all of my interests at the time. Bitcoin has the mathematical aspects, it has the cryptography, it has the computer science, the code, it's all open source software. I had been very into open source software at the time. And then also there's these economic and political aspects. I had been following Austrian economics a little already, and then Bitcoin just hit all of those buttons. I started trying my best to join the Bitcoin community. I started scouring through the Bitcoin forums, looking for jobs that would pay me in Bitcoin, because I figured the point of Bitcoin is that you're supposed to earn it. I found someone willing to pay me 5 Bitcoins, which back then was $4 per article, to write articles for his blog. I did this for a few months, then eventually a poker player from Romania named Mihail Isia reached out to me and said that he was starting a Bitcoin magazine and wanted me to be the first writer. I immediately agreed, and I became the first writer for Bitcoin magazine. I kept doing that for about 2 weeks, started doing more and more Bitcoin-related writing, learning about Bitcoin, eventually more programming-related projects, did some work for a colored coins library called Bitcoin X, and started getting deeper and deeper into the space. Then in mid-2013, I decided that I would go on this Bitcoin trip, take half a year off of university, and go around the world, visit all of the Bitcoin communities I could, understand the communities, see what everyone is up to. Eventually, after a few months of this, I came upon these people that were trying to take the blockchain and extend it to do things other than cryptocurrency. So there was this project called Colored Coins that had existed for a long time, which was trying to use the blockchain as this database layer to issue other kinds of assets on top. So you could issue shares on the blockchain, you could issue digital dollars on the blockchain. And there was a project called Mastercoin that was trying to extend that even further to create a full financial system, do what we call DeFi today, but this very early version of that. And after I spent enough time in these circles, I eventually had my own idea for how to create a more general purpose version of all of these ideas. Instead of a blockchain for one application, a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And that's where Ethereum came from.
So Ethereum is a blockchain on which you can build any application, and Bitcoin is obviously limited to trying to be new money or a new reserve currency, or nowadays some people say digital gold. So you were the original creator along with a team who coded it up and you released it. How old were you when you did that?
19.
And how long have you been on computers at that point? When did you first start programming?
I think I started programming when I was around 10 or so.
And were you mostly self-taught, or did you go to school for this? What's the secret here, besides the obvious genetics?
I just grew up programming video games for myself to play. So I would make a video game, play it until I got tired, then make another video game, and then play it until I got tired. And that's pretty much how I learned all the way up until high school.
Did your parents do anything, or did the environment do anything uniquely to foster your development in programming?
My parents did buy me a lot of programming books. They did find some programming classes for me and some math classes as well. So they were definitely very supportive.
Were you in the gifted program, or just the normal public school system or private school?
I was in the gifted program or the public school up until grade 8. And then for high school, my parents moved me over to a private school. And I found the private school to be a much better experience.
Were most of your collaboration colleagues met online, or was there a physical place that you were at where they were all hanging out and you stumbled into them?
Pretty much entirely online. The Bitcoin world lived on a forum. Unless you were in one of the major cities, like New York or San Francisco, that had a community which started almost from the beginning. So Bitcoin Magazine was a fully remote company from day one. Bitcoin Weekly, the blog before Bitcoin Magazine, also fully remote from day one.
And to this day, most of your collaborators, you're pretty much spread out all over the world, isn't that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
So Ethereum came out to the world in 2014, I think if I remember correctly. You'd been developing it for a few years before that. There was a public sale, a lot of people got involved. And then 2017, there was a boom around people building assets on top of Ethereum, different kinds of coins, and then, of course, gaming and NFTs and DeFi and all of those things came along. Let's just go through the evolution of Ethereum. What does Ethereum do at a core level? What does it do well? And today, what does it do poorly? What does it need to get better at?
I think of Ethereum as a general purpose blockchain. So instead of being a blockchain for one application, it's a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And the way that you do this on Ethereum is you write a piece of code and you create a digital transaction that contains that piece of code and publish it. And when you publish this transaction and that transaction gets included into a block on the blockchain, this creates an object called a contract. And this is a virtual object that the blockchain keeps track of. A contract is an object that contains a piece of code. Now the blockchain has this object that has a piece of code, and that is a little application that the Ethereum blockchain maintains from that point forward. So then anyone after that point can send another transaction that says, I want to talk to this object. So step one, I created a transaction that creates this object. We'll call that object X. Then step two, you want to use my application. So you send a transaction, and in your transaction you say, I want to talk to smart contract X. And here's a little piece of data that says, here's what I want to do with that application. When that transaction gets included in a block, the piece of code that I first published runs, taking as input the data from your transaction and interprets it in whatever way it wants. So we can make this more concrete with an example, right? So let's say I have a company and I want to issue shares on the blockchain. I am going to create a transaction that contains a program. And the rules of that program are going to say, well, what can you do with shares? We'll just say you can transfer your shares to someone else and you can vote, right? So the program is going to interpret any data that it sees either as an instruction to transfer your shares to someone else or as an instruction to make a vote. I publish this transaction that initializes the whole thing. And as part of that transaction, I might say, Naval has 50 shares, Haseeb has 100 shares, and I have 25 shares. So now there is this thing on the blockchain, and it has a piece of code, and it has its own little memory that says, I have 25, Haseeb has 100, and Naval has 50. So then Naval is feeling generous and wants to give half his shares to me. So Naval is going to create a transaction, and that transaction is going to have some data. It's going to encode this idea that I, Naval, wants to send 25 of my shares to Vitalik. So you create a transaction that encodes this, send it to the network, it gets included into a block, and then once it gets included, the piece of code runs, and the piece of code sees the transaction and it sees, okay, clearly I have to transfer 25 shares from Naval to Vitalik. Before Naval had 50, I'm going to subtract 25. Now Naval has 25. Before Vitalik had 25, now Vitalik has 50. So I'm going to write down that Vitalik has 50 now. And that's it. The transaction got processed.
Why do all this in the cloud in this very convoluted way, this very complicated blockchain? Why not just use a normal computer? Why not just send an email?
This creates this very transparent public record of what the rules are, and this guarantee that all of the interactions with this application that I created followed the rules. There is no actor that has a backdoor key.
It's a trusted computer in the cloud that each of us can verify all of the activity. We can audit all of it, and we know that nobody cheated. Nobody else moved my funds. I was the one who moved the funds, and everyone can authenticate the code was exactly the code that was supposed to be run. And there are obviously sacrifices for this, right? It's not free.
Exactly. Even I, as the creator of the contract in this example, I do not have the ability to later go in and say, oh, I changed my mind, I'm going to give myself 400 shares. Once I create it and once I publish it, I have no more privileges than anyone else. The application doesn't even have an owner. So that's powerful, right? Completely neutral, completely transparent, visible, treats everyone equally according to what the rules are. Now, what do you sacrifice for this? One big thing that you sacrifice is efficiency. The way that all of these blockchains, including Bitcoin and Ethereum, work is that you have this network of tens of thousands of computers, each of which help to verify the transaction. So when I broadcast this transaction, that transaction goes out to every single computer on the network. And every single computer on the network runs that piece of code. Every single computer on the network verifies it, every single computer on the network processes it.
Parallel computing was I take my code and I split it across 1,000 computers and each one runs 1,000. Now I send it to 1,000 computers and all 1,000 computers run my code.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very different kind of computing. The way to intuitively think about why it makes sense is compare text to audio and video. So right now we're recording a podcast, and the podcast has some audio, the podcast has some video. And to see each other on video, there's hundreds of thousands of bytes that are flowing around between us every second. But technically, those hundreds of thousands of bytes, they're not necessary. If we wanted to, we could just do the whole thing over a text conversation. But there are some benefits from us being able to hear each other's voices and see each other's expressions. So there's already lots of very high overhead computation that people do with their computers. Video is a great example. Audio is a great example. The things that happen in the blockchain are more similar to text, like Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25. It's this extremely simple, extremely efficient stuff. So it is perfectly viable to have many thousands of users and even millions of users' activity all get verified by one single computer, because the blockchain doesn't do everything. The blockchain just does this core business logic, but the core business logic is not actually all that complex.
This is because of the constraints of blockchains. It's a function of the constraints of all the redundancy you have to have when you're on blockchains that we can only afford to put the Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25 on the blockchain. The goal in the long run is that we want to make it so that more and more kinds of low-value computations can also be happening on the blockchain. But right now, out of necessity, only high-value transactions can afford to pay the cost.
So to back up for a second, what you've done is you've built a computer in the cloud, a virtual computer, that's stitched out of thousands or tens of thousands of real computers. And that computer is very inefficient, it's very slow, it's going to move at a very slow speed, so comparing it in throughput to your home computer or to a supercomputer is nonsense, is besides the point. But any piece of code running on this is very trustworthy, and you know it hasn't been hacked. And now you no longer need a government, or you no longer need a single actor in the middle like a Mark Zuckerberg running Facebook to tell you which transactions are valid, which contracts are valid, which programs are valid, and which ones aren't. You've done away with the need for trusted third parties, and you've replaced it with a trusted computer that is being audited, verified, and checked by thousands or tens of thousands of computers. The technological complexity comes in scaling this, making this computer faster, keeping it secure, creating incentives, both economic and technological and game theoretic, to prevent people from hacking it and breaking it, and having an incentive mechanism in there so that people want to add computers to this network, and also having a disincentive mechanism to use the network. You have to pay for it, otherwise you can easily overwhelm it. This giant contraption is Ethereum. People have, of course, come along with other smart contract blockchains, but even though we call it a smart contract blockchain, it's really a trusted computer in the cloud that can easily run any application, but it trades off performance in exchange for security. And that security can be measured through decentralization. In other words, no single entity can control the computer. It can be measured in terms of how secure is the code, can it be hacked or not, etc., etc. And there's a lot of subtle and beautiful elements that come out of it that are non-obvious, because we're used to thinking of computers as, okay, Facebook runs some computers. These are central computers run by Mark Zuckerberg and crew, and the code is not open. Of course, I'm not entitled to see the code. I'm just a user. I don't own my data, they own the data, it's sitting in that database. And I don't have access to the database to read or write from it. I have to go to Facebook and ask them to read or write from the database. But now you've created a computer where the code is all open. In fact, even the data is open, but some of it's encrypted, some of it's not. Some data anyone has access to see, some data you actually need to have your decryption key to get access to. And anyone can read or write from it if they have the proper permissions. This is a mind-blowingly crazy concept. It is a truly shared database with no owner and permissions at a very granular user level, where the users actually own the data. And in fact, the users own the network that's now run by this database. So if someone built the next Facebook application on top of Ethereum, they could engineer it in such a way that users actually own that application. This is the remarkable achievement underlying Ethereum, and it's hard to encapsulate in a few words, but one way that I tried to do it was I said smart contracts are castles made of math, freely trading with each other. Castles, these are impregnable, encryption is very strong and creates a strong defense, but they're made out of mathematics, very much like the video games that you were programming in your youth. These are constructs put together by anyone, anonymously or pseudonymously around the world, and they're engaging in free trade with each other, where the owner of each castle is deciding what trade happens with somebody else.
Yeah.
Now, there are obviously substantial limitations to this, so let's talk about the limitations. We've already talked about how this computer network is going to move at the speed of roughly one computer, at least until we get to some of the ways to scale it and to grow it. But what are other limitations of this network? Can you give us some concrete applications of what it's good for and where you wouldn't use it?
So aside from scaling, the other big performance limit on it is latency. So when I send a transaction, I have to wait maybe about half a minute for the transaction to get included and to get a confirmation back. Now, in the future, this is going to get somewhat more efficient, maybe like 10 to 12 seconds is going to be realistic soon. But this isn't a real-time thing that you would stick real-time video game logic onto, for example. You could use it for payments, but you probably don't want to use it for things that are more real-time than payments need to be. That's one limitation. Another limitation is the transparency properties. This probably is one of those places where we might have to get into some of the cryptography weeds. But basically, the blockchain by itself is fully transparent, right? Everyone can see everything that's going on. If we go back to the example and we issue the shares of this company on the blockchain, then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, everyone in the world is going to be able to see that. Now, there might be some cases where that's totally fine, but there might be some cases where you want some privacy. And this is one of those areas where you often can get privacy and security at the same time. There's this extra cryptographic math. We don't need to get into it in depth, but it's worth saying the name. It's zero-knowledge proofs. The way that I describe zero-knowledge proofs are that it's a way of proving something about a piece of information without revealing that piece of information. Let's say we're going to have the same application, the shares of my company on the blockchain, except instead of the blockchain recording the numbers 25, 50, and 100, the blockchain is going to record an encrypted version of 25, an encrypted version of 50, and an encrypted version of 100. And then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, he's going to say, here is the encryption of the number of shares I have right now. Here is the encryption of the new number of shares I'm going to have. Here is the encryption of the number of shares I'm giving the talent. And then here is this magic cryptographic proof that says that the numbers line up. It says x plus y equals z, and I'm not trying to give away more than I actually have. You can verify that everything's following the rules without verifying which specific thing a particular transaction is doing and with what parameters. So there are ways to get back your security and privacy at the same time. There are still some limits to how much privacy you can get. For example, even in this case, people can see when people are interacting with this particular application at all. If you just use a blockchain, you lose a lot of privacy. If you use a blockchain plus zero-knowledge proofs and plus other kinds of cryptography, you can often get back a lot of privacy. And you can potentially get even more privacy than in the centralized case, because in a traditional centralized system, there is the Facebook that runs everything and that sees everything. But with these kinds of systems, there is no one at the center. All there is this mathematical castle in the sky verifying the proofs.
So in theory, we could get digital cash, which is anonymous. One step further, we could even get anonymous smart contracts, where maybe you can tell you and I interacted with a smart contract, but the details beyond that are lost.
Not even in theory, this is something that's existed. Zcash has been around for more than 5 years now.
Zcash is a blockchain that is built around zero-knowledge proofs for all transactions. The recipients and the senders can be anonymous. Truly.
Sorry, I'm some tips. One to make a right, right? Una person, is a duty claim is fact.
Effect. Effect.
Have effect.
To say that something is worded or fact. Okay, no, not this. Yes, when can reach. Reach the three died. When king. Can reach the three die. Okay. If can reach the three die. To ask for something about you, because you think no. When can reach.
King.
One can reach three times. Henry Ford named the English. This is throw ruler chair. English ruler chair. Okay, to make it right, to make it four. To make a right, demand. To make a right, demand. Okay. Demand. To make a right and demand for money from our government. Demand. To make a right and demand. To ask something, to ask for some, to ask for something forceful. In your way, that shows that you do not expect to be refused. To ask for something forceful. In your way, that shows that you do not expect to be refused. Okay. You're strong with that forceful. Mad. Cancel. Mad. Oh, I don't understand. Prices. Demand. Quantity. Demand. Transfer freedoms and force.
Forcefully.
Okay, forceful. Meaning, forceful. Forceful case. First one, in a strong way.这哪个相互关联的 ？You're strong with that man's rotation. To ask something. To ask for something. To ask for something. Forceful. In a way that shows that you do not expect to be refused. Do not. To say that you will not or accept something. To say that you will not. To say that you. To say that. To say that you will not do or accept. To say that you will not. To say that you will not. You will not do. Refuse. That's going to get money. accept. Refuse. Casual. Okay. Contact. To ask for something because you think it belongs to you or because you think you have a right. Demand. Have to right to it. Have a right. Demand. They said that if no one they watch, you can keep it. We can reach richer. When can richer than we. Okay. Demand. Refuse. Okay. To ask something. To ask for something for something when I show you that you can do. When I show you that you can do that to. Demand. Okay, to make her right demand for money. Zero person risk. He has always demanded the highest standard here of children. To ask for something forceful. To ask for something forceful, in or that show that you do not expect to be refused. To make a right demand. 穷则独善其身。 To make a right. To make a right demand for money from our government. From our government or this because you think you have a right to write it. The number of people claiming the number of people claim. Okay. Demand to ask for something first. You will let you do not expect to be refused. Or let you do not expect. Ask for something else. Ask to the right. Ask for request. Demand. Call to need. Strong request. You can give or change. You can give guaranteed they received a strong request. You can give or choose. 请求的高级是。Well, a strong request. Demand. Please. Please say that if no. To ask for something about. To write or to make a written demand. To write. To ask for something. A strong to write or demand. To make a right demand for money from or government or the decision because you think you have a right to it. The number of to make a written demand or strong request. Okay, demand. Easy. Demand. Strong request. Ask for some knowledge. ask first. To make a right demand. To make a right demand. To make a right demand for money. To make a right demand for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right. The number of claiming employment benefits. Okay. A strong request. To make a right demand for to make a task of something value because you think it have been right to make a right demand for money from government or organization because you think you have a right to it. The number of people claiming employment benefits has this month. Don't forget to claim. Don't forget the number of people claiming. The number of people claiming unemployment benefit. Okay, to make a right demand for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right to it. You have to right to it. Right to it. The number of people claiming the number of people claiming employment benefits has risen sharply this month. Don't forget to claim your travel. Don't forget to claim claim your travel. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses to your traveling expenses after the interview. Okay, this is strong request. Okay, let's see. Interview. Okay, yeah, I'm right. Okay, don't forget to claim your travel expense. Okay, a number of people claiming. The number of people claiming to run. Okay, to make it. Could you think you have a right? Now take this is the number of people claiming. The number of people claiming. The number of people claiming to make a right demand for money. Unemployed. Now, to be in the right place, or simple place. Now. Unemployment. The number of people who could do not have a job that provides. Refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, job, looking for a job, need to work, unemployment, I need a job. Unemployment. number of people who do not have a job, that who people, number of people, the number of people claiming employment benefits, employment or half his speech was devoted. The number of people who do not have a job that prove to give someone something that you need. To give someone something that they need. Prove. The number of people who do not have a job that provides work. Number of person people in a country or area who do not have job. Employment. Looking for a job. A situation where each person actively searched for employment but is unable to find work. Employment is considered to be a key new merging in the health economy or job. Employment. The number of people claiming benefits. As answer. Claim benefits. To give someone something that they need. 需求。给某些人需要的东西。我们这个是制造，供应。OK。benefits. To a helpful or good effect. Helpful or effect helpful or good effect or something intended to help. To a helpful or good effect or something intended to help. Advantage. To help or helpful or good effect. Number of people. He said he's doing it. He said he'd do it for our I'm still for our benefit something intended to help. I understand. Something such as pension or health insurance that an employee received in addition to as force benefits, business benefit. 这是个品牌吗？ benefit cost.
Benefit.
Yeah, benefit or helpful. Or good effect. Or something intended to help. Something intended to help. The person that you're going to marry. The person that you are going to. I'm sure with my intended. I'm sure being the person that you're going to marry. Intended. The person that you're going to marry. Okay. Something or helpful or good advantage. Okay, helpful or good effect or something intended to help. Benefit. Advantage such as major influence, life insurance, and sick pay, and employee received for their employer in addition to money. Advantage such as major life insurance. Get it? Yes. Okay. Benefits. Helpful or good effects or something intended. Or something intended to help the discover a lawyer or to talk. Okay. They discover a lawyer brought money for a talk. They discover benefits. Okay. Advantage. What? Advantage. worse than intended. The person that should have married should come back. I should intended should marry. 네. 不对。这是很多种解释。小兵不对，真的。To have or hydrogen word our purpose with we intend to have a to help for good effect or something intended to help. Wow, the many benefits for child. Wow, the many benefits. Wow, the many benefits to the child. Wow, the many benefits for the child is learning how to cope with the unexpected. Wow, the many benefits to the many benefits foreign child is learning how to cope with the unexpected. Are helpful or good effect or something intended to help. They discover for your broad meaning. 感觉总是不太对。什么benefits? Benefits. Number of people can employment has help for good. Something intended or one or something intended. Benefits. Employment. Benefits. benefits. A back okay. Benefits. Claim. Number of people writing has risen. Intent. Good. Reason. To move on. Rise. Read. What's meaning of this? Read. To move upward. To move upward. Move up. Upward. To move upward. Toward the listening breathe. Upward. Rise. Had rise steered this one. Had raise to move upward. Rise. Advantage of attention gives great chance success. Rise. 过去式。rising 写 sudden 快很 sudden brain has curious mouth has read
Sharply.
Okay. Quickly and sudden. Quickly and sudden. Quickly and sudden. Don't forget to clean your trap. Expensive. Don't forget to clean your trap. Expensive after the okay. Had risen sharply this month. Sure, the number of cleaning employment benefits had risen sharply. Quickly and suddenly. Quickly had risen. Okay, risen. What's meaning of this? To move upward. To to move up. 上升。At a we watched this new building. Okay, head up to upwards. Quickly and the number of people came claiming. But quickly and suddenly. Okay. I know. Quickly and suddenly rise up to move upward, sharp, quickly and suddenly. Quick and suddenly, to and reach. Quick and suddenly,
Sharply.
Yeah, right. Sharply. This month. Okay. So.
Perhaps the applications break down that way. But one of the things we haven't talked about is this incredible ecosystem of all these people working on it and around it. My personal view is that ETH got saved. If you look at Bitcoin, there's not been a lot of innovation in Bitcoin. Sure, the core developers have done some good work, but now the meme in Bitcoin is, no, we don't change anything because we're trying to be the reserve currency here. We're trying to be digital gold, so we don't want to change anything. Everything is fixed, immaculate conception. It's mostly right at the beginning. We did a few tweaks. It's good to go. We'll fix a few little things, but you can rely on this because it doesn't need to change. It already does the job and it does it well. And I kind of buy that argument, but I don't buy the Maximus argument. That is the end goal of all blockchains. There are other blockchain things you can do. And in ETH, we're doing a lot more than just that. But even there, I noticed that there's an incentive mechanism around coins. When you create a blockchain, you create these coins to regulate access to the network. Now, in theory, you reward the people who are doing the hard work around the blockchain. So you reward the miners who are securing the blockchain, or the stakers who are securing the blockchain. And it's been hard to reward the developers. I know Zcash had a founder's reward, which was controversial. Satoshi has 5% of the Bitcoin blockchain. The Zcash founder's reward is like 10% of the blockchain. Some of the modern blockchains, 70, 80, 90, 99% is going to the initial team of investors, and these are the VC chains. So how do you incent people to build on somebody else's blockchain? Because the incentive is becoming, well, that's a great blockchain you got there. It's open source. Let me fork it. Let me make a copy of it, run it myself. Or I've seen game developers who are saying, I don't need Solana level security. I'll just fork an existing blockchain, just make it my own. And my own users who are running the game will also run the blockchain. So the incentives aren't there for developers to build on somebody else's blockchain. I got in trouble for saying it in 2017, but I still stand by it. There's a free rider effect on blockchains. There's a strong incentive to fork a chain and build your own, rather than to build on an existing chain. There's a couple of brilliant things that maybe by accident, maybe deliberately happened on ETH that have allowed an ecosystem of innovation on ETH. There's ERC20, which is people are building their own tokens, and then there's these roll-ups and layers where people are building on top of ETH, and in theory, they're going to issue their own token. So I would argue that the one place where the ETH innovation has been the slowest, and maybe because it's technically the hardest, has been at your own layer. It's been at layer 1, where the ETH Foundation is working, where the sharding is supposed to take place, and where ETH2 is supposed to get built. That's where the schedule has been the furthest behind, whereas on rollups on layer 2, things are moving very, very fast. On ERC20, other assets built on top of ETH, things are moving very, very fast. And I wonder if it's just as simple as incentives. Have you thought about how do I incent the people working at layer 1 to move fast? Maybe if they got their own token somehow?
The Ethereum Foundation does have like a bunch of ETH, and it uses ETH to pay people working on layer 1. a few months ago, we announced a client developer reward where basically every one of the teams that's building a piece of software that understands and talks to the Ethereum protocol and can run a node, it gets some amount of ETH that was in the form of ETH that's locked up in the proof of stake system that is not fully connected to the rest of Ethereum yet. So Ethereum has to have fully switched over to proof of stake in order for them to be able to withdraw that money. So that kind of incentive exists. It's not even so much about incentives. The application layer in layer 2 has been faster because building at those layers is permissionless. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build a layer 2. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build an application. Whereas if you want to change the Ethereum protocol, that's one of the most permissioned things out there. You have to just get lots of people to agree, you have to get an entire community to buy into a protocol change for the Ethereum layer 1.
Here's an interesting question. Imagine we froze layer 1 today. You could make small changes like Bitcoin folks do, but you couldn't make big changes. But the layer 2 people continue innovating permissionlessly. They keep building all their rollups and all sorts of technologies. But you're still on proof of work. You're still not sharded at layer 1. Could ETH still work? Could layer 2 carry it along for a while?
It could. I don't think people will be happy about it because people in Ethereum do love proof of stake and want to get over to it quickly. Just to give some concrete numbers, today Ethereum is on average to about 15 to 20 transactions a second. But if we just move to layer 2s, then we could go up to about 5,000 transactions a second. You keep the same blockchain, but instead of using the blockchain directly, you use these extra protocols that package up the information and use the blockchain in different ways so that you're still doing the same stuff, you're still getting the same security guarantees, but you're using the blockchain more efficiently, there's more compression, and more of the computation is being done off-chain through other protocols. So there is 100x improvements that can't happen with layer 2s done well that has not happened yet. Now, layer 2s, as they exist today, they're very far from perfect. Instead of 100x gain, it might only be 10x gain or even a bit less at the moment. But roll-up technology is improving. All of these things are improving. So if layer 1 did not change, if all we could do was just the more layer 2s, we could get up to 5,000 transactions a second, that would definitely be a pretty good Ethereum already.
That layer 2 execution is code. What about the data? Does the data still all have to stay on the layer 1 blockchain?
The way that roll-ups work is that they do the code execution off-chain. So there are these cryptographic protocols where the execution gets done off-chain and then verified on-chain. And the verifying is much faster than the original computation. And then the data has to be on-chain, but the data can be on-chain in a very compressed form. Instead of putting transactions on-chain, you put like a zip file of the transactions on-chain. It's like doing a data for computation trade-off. You have less data, but then you have to do more computation, but we're okay with doing more computation because we can do more computation really efficiently off-chain. If you do a roll-up super efficiently, then you only need to put about 16 bytes on-chain per transaction. Today, on average, transactions are like 100 to 200 bytes. So 16 bytes on-chain, and then decompression, verification, computation happens off-chain, everything happens off-chain except for this tiny amount of data. That's where the efficiency comes in.
Let's say you and your team recently did an analysis where you tried to look at the actual throughput on these different smart contract chains, but you didn't do the decentralization part yet. So obviously it looks the worst because it's the most decentralized. Let's also talk about how much of that is because it's legacy and how much of it is because it just chose to be the most decentralized.
To Vitalik's point, usually when people benchmark blockchains, they tend to choose benchmarks that make them look good, that produce big numbers, and the most obvious way to do that is to just benchmark transfers. Especially with a lot of these newer blockchains, they tend to benchmark transfers that are done in a testnet or done in a devnet environment, where you can always get crazy, gigantic numbers that aren't reflective of reality. We'd seen so many ridiculous claims being thrown around about what kinds of throughput blockchains could do, that we thought, okay, why don't we develop a clearly objective benchmark as a way to verify what can these blockchains do when you compare them apples to apples in terms of a common type of transaction that all blockchains do. And the most common one, which is how almost all trading happens today in blockchains, is a Uniswap style AMM trade. AMM, automated market maker. It's a very simple mathematical way to trade two assets. Most of these you can just simulate by looking at the gas limit and the block time. You can do a whole lot. Others, you have to verify empirically, because the way the gas is computed doesn't tell you enough to verify whether you can actually put that in production. So what we found is that Ethereum can do about 10 trades per second, Celo can do about 25, AVAX can do about 30, but it has much higher ceiling. Polygon can do about 50, and Binance Smart Chain can do about 200. And then Solana, which famously claims that it can do thousands to tens of thousands of transactions per second, Solana can do about 280. But part of the reason why Ethereum performance is where it is to Vitalik's point earlier, that Ethereum has enshrined a certain level of decentralization. This is important as a norm, as an institution, that we make sure that Ethereum is accessible to anybody on a laptop. And most of these newer blockchains haven't chosen that. They choose different points on the decentralization performance spectrum. And my view is that it's totally sensible to have blockchains that choose a different point on that trade-off curve. It's really important to have Ethereum and to have Bitcoin, which go all the way to the left. But it's sensible that some people should have blockchains that are tuned for different trade-offs. But within tuning to a different trade-off, you better get really high performance if you're going to be not very decentralized. My point is that if you're going to make that big trade-off, you better be getting a lot of bang for the buck when you're doing it.
Not only that, but I think the high value applications are going to end up on Bitcoin and Ethereum in that case. And the highest value application is just money. I'm curious, Vitalik, if you think longer term, money is a use case of ETH. Is ETH the token and ETH the coin price a byproduct of something you need to run the network? Or is it itself a core value that ETH should be a store of value and should be a place where people can put their money in and forget about it for 10 years?
Ultimately, that's a question for the community to decide, and I think over time the community is more and more deciding, yes, ETH is an important asset, and you can use ETH as a store of value, you can use ETH as a money, you can use ETH to make transactions, because ultimately it is a cryptocurrency. It's a cryptocurrency whose value is in some ways supported and backed by all of the activity that's happening on the Ethereum chain, with EIP 1559 make up the big portion of the transaction fee from every transaction, which is paid and ETH has to get burned. Once we have proof of stake, it's projected that we'll even have negative issuance. So ETH is positioned to be fairly unique in that way, but to me it's not an either or. ETH, the asset, and Ethereum, the application layer ecosystem, are synergistic with each other. The stronger the application layer ecosystem is, the stronger ETH is, and the stronger ETH is as an asset, the stronger the application layer ecosystem.
People often compare Bitcoin to gold or to the dollar as a store of value, but the biggest stores of value in the world are not Bitcoin and gold. They're factories, stocks, houses, real estate, actual productive assets. Oil is another one, commodities, etc. People store value in all kinds of different places, art, NFTs. So it's absolutely possible that there will be multiple stores of value. If anything, what's more decentralized than having dozens of viable coins that you can store in, running thousands or tens of thousands or millions of assets that you can store in? That's true decentralization. So you don't have a point of view on it. You're just like whatever the community wants that makes the network run. But isn't there tension between trying to be welcoming to newcomers and new applications and highly scalable and letting everyone use your network and constantly innovating and changing and trying new things versus preserving the value for the people who are already there and preserving the value that's already been built? There's an inherent tension there.
There's definitely some tension. One of the big benefits of the Ethereum ecosystem, this layer 2 aspects to it, the pluralist aspects, the way in which the ecosystem has many sub-ecosystems, is that it is in many cases able to satisfy both. But if all you want to do is you want to have your ETH and you want to hold your ETH, then you can do that. And there's even some Ethereum applications that value stability almost as much as Ethereum itself does. MakerDAO might be one good example there, RAI might be another good example there, some of the algorithmic stablecoins. But then if you want to go and do wild crazy stuff, then Ethereum lets you do wild crazy stuff too. And if you need more scalability to do wild crazy stuff, then you can go do the wild crazy stuff on a roll-up. So Ethereum as an ecosystem does try hard to have a place for many different kinds of participants in that way, which is definitely something that's hard to accomplish. A lot of the other blockchains, either you're just the digital rock or you're just a platform, but there isn't the digital rock that keeps the whole thing solid. In Ethereum, we do value solving the problem of both having the ecosystem that can do a lot of stuff and having the digital rock in the middle to keep it solid. Whether or not we'll succeed is, of course, up to the next decade of world history to decide.
S&P was 20 in 2003, whatever it was, and today we'll say it's higher than that. We'll say, it's much higher today, the multiple today, and people will assume that, we're way above the historical mean, so eventually things tend to revert to the mean. So is reversion to the mean itself a flawed concept?
Yeah, I mean, I have another outlier opinion on this. Is that the reversion to mean that people talk about is very problematic because there is no real mean. I mean, it's your imagination. It's a concept we've created, but it doesn't. There's no mean. There's no market. No market says I have to go to this mean, and that mean is always changing. As you pointed out, I mean, you could look at the multiple now. Today, the S&P is a lot higher than it was, say, in 2003. But 2003, some of the biggest companies might include ExxonMobil, might have been a very large company in 2003, might have been slower growth, more capital-intensive businesses that are a part of that index versus now. So there's reasons why they might be very, very different. And it doesn't make sense to say that today's S&P has to go to some mean that's constructed based on constituents that aren't even in the index today. I think that's an overlooked thing. I mean, mean reversion, you have to be careful, again, with what are the components that you're saying have to mean revert. It might be one thing if you're looking at a company that does the same thing now, exact same thing it did now 20 years ago, and the margins don't change very much, and suddenly you've got a little, there might be some way to defend the reversion to mean, but I'm very skeptical of those kind of arguments.
Again, I think it's another case where people are just maybe simplifying too much. They'll be like, this company's trading at the lowest multiple it's ever been. I'm like, have you looked at the business and the actual, where things are trending, where the world is trending? And
sure, yeah. I mean, I know there's a prominent example. Like I know a lot of people are getting excited about, say, Danaher, and because it's traded at lowest PE it's traded at in however many years. But do you look at the return on invested capital on Danaher? It's been in decline. It's not the same business that it was. That people remember in their head at this great, high-performing conglomerate for all those years. Now maybe it will get back there. Maybe there's a thesis that it gets back there, but a lot of times you see a company trading at the lowest level it's ever traded at as a reason. And be careful about just assuming that you can buy this today and go back to mean revert and you'll make this great return. You got to get behind it and figure out why. There's another phrase I always used to love. Marty Whitman used to say that what the numbers mean instead of what they are. I think that's a good idea, but it's not so important what the number is. It's kind of figuring out more what it means. Why is it there?
Let's talk more about that. I pulled in a point here talking about accounting issues. Some investors, they base the value of a stock just looking at the PE. The price side of the equation, we know it's just the market price. And relating back to the PE, people would say a high PE is an expensive stock and a low PE is a cheap stock. But it can be difficult, you say you want to look at what the numbers actually mean and not what the numbers just show. And it's difficult because the earnings side of the equation, it can get murky and it can be up to interpretation of accountants. So do you have any tips for our listeners for how they can better interpret earnings, or how you sort of come around to understanding, maybe quality earnings or not so quality?
Right. I mean, sometimes when I get for shock value, I'll say something like PE is not a valuation tool, because it weeds out so much. I mean, the most critical thing it weeds out is how much capital is required to produce those earnings. So if you have a company that's trading at, let's say, 10 times earnings seems attractive, but how much capital is required to produce that dollar of earnings? And even if the business is growing, you'll hear people say, well, as long as free cash flow per share goes up over time, that's good, or earnings per share go up over time, that's good. But again, not necessarily, because you're missing out the key thing, which is how much capital is consumed or required to increase free cash flow or earnings per share over that time. And the market, over the long term, generally sorts things out by that return on invested capital and growth, or some sort of return measure. Businesses that are able to generate a lot more cash with a lot less capital are going to be worth a lot more money than a company that requires a lot more capital to produce the same amount of earnings or cash flow. So I guess my advice would be, or recommendation would be, is to always benchmark your price earnings ratio, if you're going to use that, on some kind of return. So again, it's not just growth, but it's also, say, something simple like ROE, or return on capital, something like that you have to factor in. And you'll find that the higher return companies are going to command bigger multiples. And if you're not accounting for that, you have a huge blind spot as an investor. So that's one. And two, keep in mind that earnings are really an accounting convention. They can be widely different from company to company depending on what accounting decisions they make, or even in today's economy we have so much value in intangible assets that they get accounted for, but sometimes it's money's the water sometimes, so you got to understand that. So those would be my big points of advice.
And it also reminds me, you talk about in your book how two companies in the same industry, investors investors might look at the PE, but the accounting, how they deal with their accounting is different. So like you can't compare one earnings number to the other because the way they're calculating those earnings is different.
Yeah, I mean, the way if you have a company that is more acquisitive versus another one that does the work in-house, that affects the goodwill and messes up their earnings number a lot. I mean, also this reminds me of another thing I see people do a lot is they'll take whole markets and they'll say, P or price to book ratio in Japan is so much lower than it is in the US and therefore it's cheaper. But as soon as you just put up a simple thing like benchmark it against return on equity, for example, suddenly you understand why. I mean, the return on equity for typical American companies 2x higher or more than Japanese company. I don't know what the number is today, but I know there's a big gap there. Or people do that all the time in different European markets. Well, UK is a lot cheaper on a PE basis, and they're looking at some index and comparing it to an American index, not knowing that the UK index is weighted with financials or energy companies that inherently have low PEs, lower returns. So you always have to go back into those fundamentals and benchmark things against that.
You have a chapter towards the end of your book that talks about having a delayed reaction. People can be really quick to judge something, and it reminds me how investors, when a company releases their quarterly earnings, investors will go and check what the stock price is doing, and then they'll judge whether the company had a good or a bad quarter based on what the stock price is doing without looking underneath the surface. So can you share the story that you share in the book of your experience of why we shouldn't be so quick to judge something based on our initial reaction?
This definitely made an impression on me. I was pretty young at the time, but I was at a financial conference and I delivered a talk, and afterwards, people come up and ask you questions, and this one guy came up to me and he was wearing overalls. It looked like a farmer. I'm telling you, this is true. This happened. I couldn't believe it. You're at a financial conference, people are all dressed up, and this guy really stood out. So my initial impression of him was to kind of write him off. As kind of this country bumpkin. But then as soon as I started talking to him, I realized that he was a very smart man. He was quite wealthy. And if I had thought about it a little more, I would have maybe thought that. Because who comes to a financial conference? First off, not cheap to get there. And who would have the stones to kind of come in there like that, except somebody who was supremely confident in themselves and knew what they were all about. So that was a big, big wake-up call for me. And I remember thinking I would never do that again. Prejudge somebody so much based on appearance like that. And that's just one example. And there are other times where this has happened. But the delayed reaction is something which you always taught, and it's probably one of the more difficult things to practice because your mind just jumps to conclusions, and delayed reaction teaches you not to delay those conclusions as long as possible.
I think again about the PE where people, just want to judge if a stock is expensive or cheap just based on the PE that shows up when looking at the ticker.
Yes, that happens. Part of it you can understand. I mean, we're just inundated with so much stuff, right? We need to get through it. We need to filter. We need some way to sort through it, and people develop shortcuts to get through them. But sometimes, your filters are not set right. But you have to set it somewhere. I mean, I know I miss a lot too. I miss a lot. Everybody does. But you have to find some way to cut it down.
Yeah, and you apply your own filters in some way. For example, the owner-operator. You want companies with high level of insider ownership, but of course there's going to be great companies that don't have high levels of insider ownership too.
Of course. Yeah, I've missed out a lot of that. The other big filter I use is I'm very picky on debt and leverage, probably more extreme than most investors, and so I have missed out on a lot of things because they have leverage. But I'm okay with that because the universe that I have is rich enough, and I don't feel like I'm constrained for ideas or somehow that there aren't good winners that I've found. So you have to be okay with letting a lot of things go.
Another thing that really stands out to me as I read more and more of your work is your very relaxed nature and your ability to not take yourself too seriously. I want to read a bit here from your book. You write, "Laugh more. Life may not be a joke, but it is often funny. If you keep in mind the abstractions, most of the serious business of the world seems pretentious, trivial, silly, and ridiculous. You can't help but laugh at it." I read this and I think about this, and I think about Buffett and Munger, and I see some similar characteristics in that they don't take themselves too seriously and they truly want to enjoy life. So I'd love for you to talk about how this maybe ties into investing, because you're managing a fund, you're managing other people's money, real money at risk, yet you're able to detach yourself in a way and not become too overwhelmed by it and not take obviously.
Yeah, I would say, this is learned too. I mean, it's something I've had to work at, but I mean, it helps to doing the 100 Baggers book, looking at long-term performance of companies. One lesson that's inescapable from doing all that is you realize that things that seem momentous at certain points in time really just sort of bleed out and are almost imperceptible over a longer period of time. So certain quarters or even where stock prices can make violent moves, 10, 15% move, at the time they seem like, wow, I get stressed out and something drops 15% or whatever. But you look back in time, even, severe bear markets, and you look back in time and it's a little bump in the chart. So when you zoom out and kind of keep a bigger picture perspective, that's helped me a lot. It's really helped me a lot to do that. But I do think it's really important. I mean, I think I've enjoyed it a lot more the way I am now. Just more relaxed about it, a little more detached, taking a good long view, rather than just being so intense where you're, so focused on the moment and the quarter or whatever is going to happen. And so those guys, Buffett and Munger, they're wise in a lot of ways. And this is one too, when Buffett says he tap dances to work every day and enjoys it. I mean, some of it has to be this. He can't take it that seriously.
To my understanding, you spent a number of years traveling the world, going to different countries. So I'd be interested to hear sort of your those experiences and how that impacted you, and maybe how that opened you up and maybe impacted you even as an investor, and just understanding, how different countries are different, how cultures are different. And yeah, I'd love for you to take that in whatever direction you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of traveling, all my 20s and 30s. I went everywhere, all through South America, all through Asia, and especially those places, and even some far-flung places. I mean, I remember going to Myanmar when it just opened up, and that was a real eye-opening trip. I remember, they didn't take credit cards. I carried cash, and it was amazing. And I remember I was traveling with a friend of mine, people stopping, want to take pictures with us because we were one of the first, Westerners that wandered in your town or whatever it was. So that was a really remarkable trip. I've been to some far places, Mongolia. I remember doing that with Tarish Kupperman. We had some good adventures there. So I think it's affected me in a number of ways. One is, I've always had this more global focus, so that transfers over to my fund and the way I manage money. I mean, I have 11 positions now, and I think only 4 are U.S. listed. So I'm more comfortable going other places. And I've learned a lot, too, about what doesn't work, because a lot of that I've tried to invest in certain countries, and you realize how difficult things are. Things don't work out quite the way you think, and you learn a lot more about risk of disclosures. And so I think it's been amazing, just personally, having those experiences, but also it's definitely informed my investing by just widening the horizon and making me much more willing, interested to explore markets outside the U.S.
I'm sure many of the listeners are wondering, how in the world were you able to afford traveling the world for so many years? Were you doing the newsletter, a subscription newsletter, or what were you up to?
That's it. That was the thing. The subscription newsletter was wonderful to do that all that time. I used to say people pay me to just go out there and travel and meet people, and I'd come back and write about what I thought, what I found. And that was a great gig that I did for a long time. But that's how I was able to afford it. Yeah, subscriptions for my newsletter.
Amazing. Well, Chris, this book, How Do You Know? If you enjoyed this conversation, those in the audience, I highly encourage you to pick up the book. It's one that really made me think, and I'm sure, Chris, you've read many books that have done the same for you. So I'm curious if you could share just one book with the audience that you've really enjoyed. It might be a recent one related to the general semantics, or maybe just honestly anything.
Yeah, well, I could give 2. One more recent that I saw wrote a blog post about it, which was Rick Rubin's book, The Creative Act. Definitely really enjoyed that. A lot of good thoughts in there around creativity and awareness, and so I would definitely recommend that. Not a difficult read, but one that you'll definitely linger over the pages and think about. So Rubin, if you don't know, he's an American record producer, and he's been involved in all kinds of great albums and long list of artists. So he's got some great experiences there, and I think it definitely relates to investing. Investing is also creative when you think about it. I mean, we're trying to create a portfolio and connect ideas, and a lot of what Rubin says about awareness is definitely applicable to investing. So I would recommend that. That's a fun read. And another one, you mentioned something more along the lines of general semantics. This is not exactly a general semantic book, but I found it to be really good kind of fellow traveler. So there's a philosopher named Richard Rorty, and probably, I would say, one of probably his most successful books, not very long. It's based on a lecture he gave. It's called Philosophy as Poetry. And I would definitely definitely recommend that. It's easy to read, and he makes some really good points in there that will make you think about how you think about philosophers or thinkers of any kind. And he talks about, one of the things I like in there, he talks about that the answer to a great poem is a better poem, and there's never a stopping point in what we can know, the way we can describe things. And so any kind of philosopher, any sort of thinker is really just giving us a description. And once you think of it in those ways, it's not about trying to prove who's right or if this one's wrong or this one's better. This is one description, this is a separate description, and you can learn from both. I think it'll change the way you read, I think, and the way you think about thinkers generally.
I'm excited to dive into those. Chris, I don't want to take too much of your time here. I really, really enjoyed this chat and hope the audience does as well. So, as always, I want to give you a chance to give a handoff to any resources you'd like to share, especially your Twitter, your blog, and anything else.
Yeah, I mean, if listeners want to follow me, I'm on Twitter. My handle is @ChrisWMayer, M-A-Y-E-R. And then I write an occasional blog over at Woodlock House. So Woodlock House Family Capital, you Google it, it'll come right up. And you'll find my blog there.
I'm a subscriber, and whenever I get that email in the inbox, I be sure to drop everything and check it out. I read the piece on the Creative Act by Rick Rubin and really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks again, Chris. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Clay.
Before we end this podcast, I want to tell you about a new position at the Investors Podcast Network. We're looking for a new host for our show, Millennial Investing. With over $10 million and counting, Millennial Investing is one of the world's top 1% podcast shows. You will host a stock investing focused podcast and manage some social media assets. More importantly, you will join the rest of the TIP team on a journey to provide authentic and actionable investing content for the TIP community. Go to theinvestorspodcast.com/careers for more information about compensation, job description, and how to apply. That is theinvestorspodcast.com/careers.
Thank you for listening to TIP. Make sure to subscribe to Millennial Investing by the Investors Podcast Network and learn how to achieve financial independence. To access our show notes, transcripts, or courses, go to theinvestorspodcast.com. This show is for entertainment purposes only. Before making any decision, consult a professional. This show is copyrighted by the Investors Podcast Network. Written permission must be granted before syndication or rebroadcasting.
Alright, welcome everybody back to the podcast. We have with us Hasib Qureshi, who's a partner at Dragonfly. Hasib and I used to work together back when I was more active in crypto land. And Vitalik is, of course, a polymath and genius, although he may bristle at that description, who created Ethereum, which was the first smart contract blockchain to gain any volume and change the face of blockchain computing as we know it. Hasib, do you want to give us a quick one-paragraph background of yourself?
So I'm a software engineer by background. I'm now an investor. I run Dragonfly Capital, which is a global crypto fund. We only invest into crypto, and I've been doing this for a little over 4 years now. It's funny because when I first got into crypto, I remember I was actually at IC3, this academic crypto conference. I just left my job at Airbnb as a software engineer, and I met Vitalik for the first time, and I asked you, what do you think is the most important problem to solve in crypto? At the time, your answer was something about wallets. And you were like, I think it's important to build more wallets. And at that time, I had a vague understanding of what that meant to build wallets. But it was what triggered my dive down the rabbit hole of Ethereum. I remember in the very early days, when I was first really diving deep into crypto, I remember coming away with a very strong feeling after that IC3 conference that Bitcoin was going to die. And the reason why I thought Bitcoin was going to die is I was like, look at the obvious massive delta in intellectual energy and character of what's going on in the Ethereum world, which is everything that I saw at IC3, versus what I saw in the Bitcoin world, which was a whole lot of religious anger and fervor and not a whole lot of innovation. And I turned out to have a very simplistic understanding at that time, but that was how I first got into crypto full time, through that small interaction that you and I had back then.
And you also have a background as a poker player, if I remember correctly.
That is also correct. In your former life, before I got into the technology world, I used to be a professional poker player for about 5 years.
There's a strangely large number of us who were either in Magic the Gathering or in poker before we got into crypto. Or World of Warcraft. Maybe it's just geeks and gamers.
Everything is bigger than that. I had this theory that you and I talked about before. Every generation, there is some hustle that if you're really smart, very aggressive in looking for edges and not afraid of looking weird, there are ways to get ahead early or to make a lot of money in a way that's not obvious to most people, and it's maybe even slightly subversive. It's the kind of thing your parents would raise their eyebrows if you were spending a lot of time on. In my day, that was poker. There's a time when it became fantasy sports, it became crypto, then it became DeFi, and liquidity mining, then it became NFT trading. 2 years from now, there'll be something else when NFTs are very professionalized and there's not that much alpha to be made trading NFTs. There'll be something else that young, really hungry people who are not afraid of looking down are going to be doing to make a lot of money.
Vitalik, you want to give us a quick background?
Born in Russia, moves to Canada when he was 6. At the time, I had already been doing a lot of math, a lot of programming, and I had been halfway through high school. And I came upon this interesting Bitcoin thing. It fascinated me immediately because of how it combines together all of my interests at the time. Bitcoin has the mathematical aspects, it has the cryptography, it has the computer science, the code, it's all open source software. I had been very into open source software at the time. And then also there's these economic and political aspects. I had been following Austrian economics a little already, and then Bitcoin just hit all of those buttons. I started trying my best to join the Bitcoin community. I started scouring through the Bitcoin forums, looking for jobs that would pay me in Bitcoin, because I figured the point of Bitcoin is that you're supposed to earn it. I found someone willing to pay me 5 Bitcoins, which back then was $4 per article, to write articles for his blog. I did this for a few months, then eventually a poker player from Romania named Mihail Isia reached out to me and said that he was starting a Bitcoin magazine and wanted me to be the first writer. I immediately agreed, and I became the first writer for Bitcoin magazine. I kept doing that for about 2 weeks, started doing more and more Bitcoin-related writing, learning about Bitcoin, and eventually more programming-related projects. Did some work for a colored coins library called Bitcoin X, and started getting deeper and deeper into the space. Then in mid-2013, I decided that I would go on this Bitcoin trip, take half a year off of university, and go around the world, visit all of the Bitcoin communities I could, understand the communities, see what everyone is up to. Eventually, after a few months of this, I came upon these people that were trying to take the blockchain and extend it to do things other than cryptocurrency. So there was this project called Covered Coins that had existed for a long time, which was trying to use the blockchain as this database layer to issue other kinds of assets on top. So you could issue shares on the blockchain, you could issue digital dollars on the blockchain. And there was a project called Mastercoin that was trying to extend that even further to create a full financial system, do what we call DeFi today, but this very early version of that. And after I spent enough time in these circles, I eventually had my own idea for how to create a more general purpose version of all of these ideas. Instead of a blockchain for one application, a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And that's where Ethereum came from.
So Ethereum is a blockchain on which you can build any application, and Bitcoin is obviously limited to trying to be new money or a new reserve currency, or nowadays some people say digital gold. So you were the original creator along with a team who coded it up and you released it. How old were you when you did that?
19.
And how long had you been in computers at that point? When did you first start programming?
I think I started programming when I was around 10 or so.
And were you mostly self-taught, or did you go to school for this? What's the secret here, besides the obvious genetics?
I just grew up programming video games for myself to play. So I would make a video game, play it until I got tired, then make another video game, and then play it until I got tired. And that's pretty much how I learned all the way up until high school.
Did your parents do anything, or did the environment do anything uniquely to foster your development in programming?
My parents did buy me a lot of programming books. They did find some programming classes for me and some math classes as well. So they were definitely very supportive.
Were you in the gifted program or just the normal public school system or private school?
I was in the gifted program or the public school up until grade 8. And then for high school, my parents moved me over to a private school. And I found the private school to be a much better experience.
Were most of your collaboration colleagues met online, or was there a physical place that you were at where they were all hanging out and you stumbled into them?
Pretty much entirely online. The Bitcoin world lived on a forum. Unless you were in one of the major cities, like New York or San Francisco, where that had a community which started almost from the beginning. So Bitcoin Magazine was a fully remote company from day one. Bitcoin Weekly, the blog before Bitcoin Magazine, also fully remote from day one.
And to this day, most of your collaborators, you're pretty much spread out all over the world, isn't that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
So Ethereum came out to the world in 2014, I think if I remember correctly. You'd been developing it for a few years before that. There was a public sale, a lot of people got involved. And then 2017, there was a boom around people building assets on top of Ethereum, different kinds of coins, and then, of course, gaming and NFTs and DeFi and all of those things came along. Let's just go through the evolution of Ethereum. What does Ethereum do at a core level? What does it do well? And today, what does it do poorly? What does it need to get better at?
I think of Ethereum as a general purpose blockchain. So instead of being a blockchain for one application, it's a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And the way that you do this on Ethereum is you write a piece of code and you create a digital transaction that contains that piece of code and publish it. And when you publish this transaction and that transaction gets included into a block on the blockchain, this creates an object called a contract. And this is a virtual object that the blockchain keeps track of. A contract is an object that contains a piece of code. Now the blockchain has this object that has a piece of code, and that is a little application that the Ethereum blockchain maintains from that point forward. So then anyone after that point can send another transaction that says, I want to talk to this object. So step one, I created a transaction that creates this object. We'll call that object X. Then step two, you want to use my application. So you send a transaction, and in your transaction you say, I want to talk to smart contract X. And here's a little piece of data that says, here's what I want to do with that application. When that transaction gets included in a block, the piece of code that I first published runs, taking as input the data from your transaction and interprets it in whatever way it wants. So we can make this more concrete with an example, right? So let's say I have a company and I want to issue shares on the blockchain. I am going to create a transaction that contains a program. And the rules of that program are going to say, well, what can you do with shares? We'll just say you can transfer your shares to someone else and you can vote, right? So the program is going to interpret any data that it sees either as an instruction to transfer your shares to someone else or as an instruction to make a vote. I publish this transaction that initializes the whole thing. And as part of that transaction, I might say, Naval has 50 shares, Haseeb has 100 shares, and I have 25 shares. So now there is this thing on the blockchain, and it has a piece of code, and it has its own little memory that says, I have 25, Haseeb has 100, and Naval has 50. So then, Naval is feeling generous and wants to give half his shares to me. So Naval is going to create a transaction, and that transaction is going to have some data. It's going to encode this idea that I, Naval, wants to send 25 of my shares to Vitalik. So you create a transaction that encodes this, send it to the network, it gets included into a block, and then once it gets included, the piece of code runs, and the piece of code sees the transaction and it sees, okay, clearly I have to transfer 25 shares from Naval to Vitalik. Before Naval had 50, I'm going to subtract 25. Now Naval has 25. Before Vitalik had 25, now Vitalik has 50. So I'm going to write down that Vitalik has 50 now. And that's it. The transaction got processed.
Why do all this in the cloud in this very convoluted way, this very complicated blockchain? Why not just use a normal computer? Why not just send an email?
This creates this very transparent public record of what the rules are, and this guarantee that all of the interactions with this application that I created followed the rules. There is no actor that has a backdoor key.
It's a trusted computer in the cloud that each of us can verify all of the activity. We can audit all of it, and we know that nobody cheated. Nobody else moved my funds. I was the one who moved the funds, and everyone can authenticate the code was exactly the code that was supposed to be run. And there are obviously sacrifices for this, right? This is not free.
Exactly. Even I, as the creator of the contract in this example, I do not have the ability to later go in and say, oh, I changed my mind, I'm going to give myself 400 shares. Once I create it and once I publish it, I have no more privileges than anyone else. The application doesn't even have an owner. So that's powerful, like completely neutral, completely transparent, visible, treats everyone equally according to what the rules are. Now, what do you sacrifice for this? One big thing that you sacrifice is efficiency. The way that all of these blockchains, including Bitcoin and Ethereum, work is that you have this network of tens of thousands of computers, each of which help to verify the transaction. So when I broadcast this transaction, that transaction goes out to every single computer on the network. And every single computer on the network runs that piece of code. Every single computer on the network verifies it, every single computer on the network processes it.
Parallel computing was I take my code and I split it across 1,000 computers and each one runs 1,000. Now I send it to 1,000 computers and all 1,000 computers run my code.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very different kind of computing. The way to intuitively think about why it makes sense is compare text to audio and video. So right now we're recording a podcast and the podcast has some audio, podcast has some video. And to see each other on video, there's hundreds of thousands of bytes that are flowing around between us every second. But technically those hundreds of thousands of bytes, they're not necessary. If you wanted to, we could just do the whole thing over a text conversation. But there are some benefits from us being able to hear each other's voices and see each other's expressions. So there's already lots of very high overhead computation that people do with their computers. Video is a great example, audio is a great example. The things that happen in the blockchain are more similar to text, like Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25. It's this extremely simple, extremely efficient stuff. So it is perfectly viable to have many thousands of users and even millions of users' activity all get verified by one single computer, because the blockchain doesn't do everything. The blockchain just does this core business logic, but the core business logic is not actually all that complex.
This is because of the constraints of blockchains. It's the function of the constraints of all the redundancy you have to have in your own blockchains that we can only afford to put the Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25 on the blockchain. The goal in the long run is that we want to make it so that more and more kinds of low-value computations can also be happening on the blockchain. But right now, out of necessity, only high-value transactions can afford to pay the cost.
So to back up for a second, what you've done is you built a computer in the cloud, a virtual computer, that's stitched out of thousands or tens of thousands of real computers. And that computer is very inefficient, it's very slow, it's going to move at a very slow speed. So comparing it in throughput to your home computer or to a supercomputer is nonsense besides the point. But any piece of code running on it is very trustworthy, and you know it hasn't been hacked. And now you no longer need a government, or you no longer need a single actor in the middle like a Mark Zuckerberg running Facebook to tell you which transactions are valid, which contracts are valid, which programs are valid, and which ones aren't. You've done away with the need for trusted third parties, and you've replaced it with a trusted computer that is being audited, verified, and checked by thousands or tens of thousands of computers. The technological complexity comes in scaling this, making this computer faster, keeping it secure, creating incentives, both economic and technological, and theoretic, to prevent people from hacking it and breaking it, and having an incentive mechanism in there so that people want to hack computers to this network, and also having a disincentive mechanism to use the network. You have to pay for it, otherwise you can easily overwhelm it. This giant abstraction is Ethereum. People have, of course, come along and created other smart contract blockchains, but even though we call it a smart contract blockchain, it's really a trusted computer.
Okay, to make a right and to don't demand for money from government or police because you think you have a right to it. The number of people claim employment benefits as will sharply this month. Don't forget to claim your travel expenses after the interview. Why my bag was stolen? Why my bag was stolen? I claimed on the insurance and got over 100 bags. Okay, let me stay. The number of people claim employment benefits and self-employed. Quickly and sound. Quickly and sound. Okay, but if the number of people claiming employment benefits will agree. Okay. Expensive. Responsible. So expensive. Expense. They use a money time for expense. Cost, expense. Don't forget to decline your travel expense or expense. They expense. They use money time or expense. Okay. Something that makes you spend money, something that makes cost, expense, taking costs, things, money, expense. They use money or time. Buying a bigger car has proven to be well worth the expense. We just had our deal car built at great expense. Time. They use our money. They use our money, time for effort. So, and don't forget claiming your traveling expense. Don't forget claiming your traveling expenses after the inquiry had Okay, don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the traveling expense. Okay, don't forget to claim your traveling expense after the interval. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. To a meeting in which someone was requested to serve for a job. After. Don't forget to claim your travel expenses can have charges. Expenses. Money that you will spend on your job that you will pay back. And you're getting money. Or amount of money needed or you to do by something. Okay, better. Don't forget claim. Don't forget right demand or traveling expenses after the claim to make a right report interview after interview. My interview is so bad. No. Interview. When my bag was stolen, I claim down the area and got it back. Okay, let's go. Interview. Next. Okay, vote next. Okay, what's me? So, don't forget to claim your traveling expense after the interview. When my bag was stolen. What you finish? What you stole? What was stolen? I came the insurance force viewers just something it's not to access viewers refuse me okay so can insert 真的只能读一页吗？insurance and earned agreement agreement in which you pay money, which you pay company money and they pay your cost if you have an I can OK 这是保险 arrangement or situation in which some people have an same opinion on which you could agreement. Agreement. Interval. Command influence. Okay. Agreement in which you pay agreement in which you pay company money and they pay your costs if you have an accident
in the cloud that can in theory run any application, but it trades off performance in exchange for security. And that security can be measured through decentralization. In other words, no single entity can control the computer. It can be measured in terms of how secure is the code, can it be hacked or not, etc., etc. And there's a lot of subtle and beautiful elements that come out of it that are non-obvious. Because we're used to thinking of computers as, okay, Facebook runs some computers. These are central computers run by Mark Zuckerberg and crew. And the code is not open. Of course, I'm not entitled to see the code. I'm just a user. I don't own my data. They own the data. It's sitting in that database. And I don't have access to the database to read or write from it. I have to go to Facebook and ask them to read or write from the database. But now it is all open. In fact, even the data is open, but some of it's encrypted, some of it's not. Some data anyone has access to see. Some data you actually need to have your decryption key to get access to. And anyone can read or write from it if they have the proper permissions. This is a mind-blowingly crazy concept. It is a truly shared database with no owner and permissions at a very granular user level where the users actually own the data. And in fact, the users own the network that's now run by this database. So if someone built the next Facebook application on top of Ethereum, they could engineer it in such a way that the users actually own that application. This is the remarkable achievement underlying Ethereum, and it's hard to encapsulate in a few words, but one way that I tried to do it is that smart contracts are castles made of math, freely trading with each other. Castles, these are impregnable. Encryption is very strong and creates a strong defense, but they're made of mathematics, very much like the video games that you were programming in your youth. These are constructs put together by anyone, anonymously or pseudonymously around the world, and they're engaging in free trade with each other, where the owner of each castle is deciding what trade happens with somebody else. Now, there are obviously substantial limitations in this. Let's talk about the limitations. We've already talked about how this computer network is going to move at the speed of roughly one computer, at least until we get to some of the ways to scale it and to grow it. But what are other limitations of this network? Can you give us some concrete applications? It's a good point where you wouldn't.
So aside from scaling, the other big performance limit on it is latency. So when I send a transaction, I have to wait maybe about half a minute for the transaction to get included. and to get a confirmation back.
Let's go
Now, in the
something
future,
else.
this
No,
is
that's
going
true.
to get
Cannot.
somewhat more efficient. Maybe
No,
like
that's
10 to 12 seconds is going to be realistic
that you
soon.
cannot.
But this isn't a real-time thing that you would stick real-time video game
Strong
logic onto, for example.
request,
You could
strong
use it for
request.
payments, but you probably don't want to
Strong.
use it for things that are more
Strong
real-time
request.
than payments need to be.
Right.
That's one limitation. Another limitation is the transparency properties. This probably is one of those places where we might have to get into some of the cryptography needs, but basically the blockchain by itself is fully transparent, right? Everyone can see everything that's going on. If we go back to the example and we issue the shares of this company on the blockchain, then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, everyone in the world is going to be able to see that. Now, there might be some cases where that's totally fine, but there might be some cases where you want some privacy. And this is one of those areas where you often can get privacy and security at the same time. There's this extra cryptographic map. Don't need to get into it in depth, but it's worth saying the name. It's zero-knowledge proofs. The way that I describe zero-knowledge proofs are that it's a way of proving something about a piece of information without revealing that piece of information. Let's say we're going to have the same application, the shares of my company on the blockchain, except instead of the blockchain recording the numbers 25, 50, and 100, the blockchain is going to record an encrypted version of 25, an encrypted version of 50, and an encrypted version of 100. And then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, he's going to say, here is the encryption of the number of shares I have right now. Here is the encryption of the new number of shares I'm going to have. Here is the encryption of the number of shares I'm giving the teller. And then here is this magic cryptographic proof that says that the numbers line up. That says X plus Y equals Z, and I'm not trying to give away more than I actually have. You can verify that everything's following the rules without verifying which specific thing a particular transaction is doing and with what parameter. So there are ways to get back your security and privacy at the same time. There are still some limits to how much privacy you can get. For example, even in this case, people can see when people are interacting with this particular application at all. If you just use a blockchain, you lose a lot of privacy. If you use a blockchain plus zero-knowledge proofs and plus other kinds of cryptography, you can often get back a lot of privacy. And you can potentially get even more privacy than in the centralized case, because in a traditional centralized system, there is the Facebook that runs everything and then sees everything. But with these kinds of systems, there is no one at the center. All there is this mathematical castle in the sky verifying the proofs.
So in theory, we could get digital cash, which is anonymous. One step further, we could even get anonymous smart contracts, where maybe you can tell you and I interacted with a smart contract, but the details beyond that are lost.
Not even in theory. This is something that's existed. Zcash has been around for more than 5 years now.
Zcash is a blockchain that is built around zero-knowledge proofs for all the transactions. The recipients and the senders can be anonymous. Truly moon math, as they say. So let's fast forward a bit. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I know that's really long out in blockchain land because Bitcoin only came around in 2009 and ETH only came around in the early teens. But let's say 10 or 20 years from now, we've done all the hard engineering that we need. We've built as much technology as we can imagine. What are the limits of blockchain scalability and privacy? Where do we end up? Do we end up with every transaction we want to have private is private, or do you think a lot of them stay public? Do you think that we're using blockchains for almost all cloud computing, or is it still limited to the financial and high-value domain?
One of the things that it's important to mention is that the scalability of blockchains is improving, and it's going to improve pretty rapidly. The way that blockchains work today is I send a transaction, the transaction gets on the network, and every single computer on the network has to verify that transaction. There are scaling techniques. Once again, we don't have to get into the weeds, but things like roll-ups, sharding, these are technologies that allow you to use blockchains in a more clever way, where you still have a lot of very redundant computation happening, but it's much more efficient.
So what are the different techniques? Let's just go through those.
So, centralized system, send a transaction, you send it to Facebook, Facebook has one computer verifies it. A blockchain, you have 100,000 computers, you send your transaction, all 100,000 computers verify it. Sharding, send your transaction, the system randomly chooses 1,000 computers, out of 100,000 computers, those 1,000 computers verify it, and the transaction gets accepted. So instead of all 100,000 computers verifying, only 1,000 computers verifying. When you have lots of transactions being accepted into the system, every single computer in the network, on average, is only going to have to verify like maybe 1% of all the activity. You can actually crank up the efficiency even higher. Eventually, you could say every computer doesn't even have to verify 1%, every computer maybe only has to verify 0.1%. Think of how BitTorrent works, right? BitTorrent is also like a highly distributed network. If you want to download the really popular movies, you generally can. But on BitTorrent, you don't literally have every computer download every movie, because that's totally crazy. On average, the movies are going to have a few hundred seaters, maybe a few thousand seaters. So that number is big enough that you have the redundancy and you can generally get the content that you want. But it's not so redundant that it just becomes crazy inefficient. The question is, can you create a network that works the way that BitTorrent works from the point of view of data distribution and efficiency, but create something that still has the same verification properties and blockchains do? That is what sharding does. One of the weaknesses of sharding is that it is more technically complicated. You have to actually do the work to figure out what exactly are the rules by which these transactions get split apart between the nodes. How do you make them all talk to each other? How do you do this distributed verification? The approach that is simpler from a protocol perspective is to just say, we're going to require every node in this network to be really powerful. So instead of a laptop being able to be a node, would require every node to be almost a supercomputer. If you do that, then you can make blockchains that still work the way that they work today, but they can process more transactions. Maybe instead of being able to process 50 a second, they might be able to process 1,000 a second or 5,000 a second. The weakness of this approach, and the reason why Ethereum is not taking this approach, is that it leads to more centralization, right? The number of people who can actually verify what's going on decreases. The number of people who need to collude to try to push through some change to the protocol that the users might not want becomes much smaller. It's still much more decentralized than Facebook, but it becomes much less decentralized than it could be. And maybe in some cases that's the right approach. If you want to make like a decentralized video game, you want it to be decentralized, but it's not the sort of thing where if it gets captured, people lose hundreds of millions of dollars. That maybe this more centralized.
Okay, replacement. Product replacement. Replacement. Arrangement. The process of replaces something with something else. Replaces something else. Someone who does your job instead. Someone who does your job instead of someone else, or something that you use instead of something else. Okay, if this store won't give me a replacement TV, I'll claim my money back. I'll claim my money back. If you就是6 my money back. I'll claim my money back. Claim my money back. I'll claim my money back. Okay. Claim. To say that something is true or is a fact. To say that something is true or is a fact or although you can let them that although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. To say that something is true is a fact. Although you cannot prove it, and other what? Prove it. You cannot prove it. Prove it. Stress egg. Nothing. Capacity. Okay. Okay. To say that something is true, to say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. Okay, they claim to have met the president, but I don't believe it. Anyway, but I don't believe it. Our parties have claimed to success in yesterday's elections. An terrorist group who have claimed responsibility for this morning, the bomb attack, OK， 倒出来，出来。OK， 这里OK， 我在这里。Okay, repetition. To say that something. Okay, repetition or proclaims or particular number of members. The number of people believe it to belong to it, to ask for something, to ask for something, to ask for something, a value because you think it. Okay. Okay, you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. They police said that if no one claim they watch, you can keep it. No one's watch, you can keep it. Okay, you can keep it. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs. Oh, my shoes. The police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. When reach. No. Okay. To ask for something about it because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. The demand the Japanese said that if no one claims the watch, you can keep it. 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 When King Richard III died, Henry IV claimed the English throne to make a right demand for money from our government or organization because you think you have a right to it. The number of people claim employment. The number of people claiming the number of people claiming employment benefits had risen up. What's meaning of that? Move upward, sharply, quickly and suddenly. Sure, so this mouse reasonable. Okay, reasonable. Had surely this mouse. Okay, keep it. I mentioned this morning. You keep it. You can keep it. They want you can keep it. You can keep it. Nickney said that you can keep it. Suddenly this mouse. Don't forget to clean. Don't forget to clean your traveling expenses after the interview. When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance on the claim. I claimed on the insurance and got 150 back. $150 back on dollar. bag. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance and got 150 back. If this store won't give me a replacement key, I'll claim my money back. Claim to say that claim to say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might believe it. The company claimed it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. Okay, in the river. He claimed to have met the president, but I don't believe him. All parties have claimed the success in yesterday's elections. An unknown terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. Claim. Okay. To say that something is claim. One. To say that something is true or is a fact. Although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. 这里是阳化信息。Believe it. Trust. Not believe it. Whether you cannot prove it. You cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. Prove it. To show a particular result after a period. Prove it. To show a particular. Okay. To say that something is true. To say something is true or is a fact. To say something is true or is a fact. Although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. Okay. Let me see. One. To say that something. No. Yeah. To say that something is true or is fact, or is a fact, is a fact, is a fact. effect has这有点洋化了，不对，这里面日化音没有日化音。have a fact.
Have a fact.
Have a fact. Is a fact. Is a fact. Is to say that something is true or is a fact. Although you cannot prove it and other people might not believe it. This is 最普通最普通。This A 不是 OK. Have a fact. Have a to make a right.我看一下欧陆字典。预览这个预览怎么取消？哎，怎么没有的？has a effect.
A far cry. A far cry.
This is a far cry from the funds necessary for a problem of such magnitude.
As a student, he worked odd jobs to help his family get through the tail end of the Great Depression, including delivering sandwiches in Manhattan, a far cry from his dreams of writing sci-fi novels.
To say that something is true or is a fact. Although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. They come claim it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. Okay. The company claim The company claimed it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. For the pollution in the company claimed it is not responsible for the pollution in the pollution damage spoil something. That's okay. Spoilful. The company claimed responsible. The company claimed it is not responsible. The company claimed it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. The company claimed it is not. The company claimed it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. In the river. He claimed to have met the president. He claimed to have met the president, but I don't believe him. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. He claimed to have met the president. Okay. The company claimed it is. 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 The company is. Okay, the company claimed it is not. It is not responsible. It is not responsible for. It is not responsible for the pollution.
Pollution.
For the pollution 这字画不行 这是字画音 pollution in the river. Okay. The company claims it is not responsible. It is not responsible for the pollution in the river pollution in the river. He claims to have made the president. He claims to have made the president, but I don't believe it. Okay. He claims to have made the president. He claims to have made the president. He claims to have made the president, but I don't believe it. But I don't believe him. But I don't believe him. He claims to have made the president. He claims to have president. He claims to have made the 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 president, but I don't believe it. Him. He claims to have made the president. He claims to have made the president, but I don't believe him. He claims to have made the president. He's nice. He claims to have made the president. He claims to have made the president. He claims to have made the president, but I don't believe him. Okej, snart kommer jag göra det. He claims to have made the president. Met the president, but I don't believe him. But I don't believe him. But I don't know. Let me see. Oh, I see. I don't believe it. Too many hiding. Why? Oh, 좀 먹었으면 가슴은 항상 잘. 怎么着？哇！哎，怎么回事？我靠，这么快吗？我才休息了。这边的真是。如果我们讲到我提到这个能力证，从现在再来看，盲听的同时能力听力消化一个错，总是人数有限，怎么跑？ 在你的角度上试一下这个。点对点看。点对点的感恩，我笑了。 我真的笑了，点对点那个。OK， Prove it. There. Like so.
Approach is actually totally fine. There is this whole spectrum of applications in the middle where it's fine. But if you want something that's high assurance, then you do want to crank the decentralization up closer to the maximum. And the current Ethereum does provide that. It does provide this very high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability, but at the expense of scaling. So what we're trying to do with sharding is we're trying to say, can you provide this high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability and still have a higher level of scaling at the same time?
I want to probe a little bit further on this decentralization question. A lot of folks who are coming into crypto, especially if they don't have a lot of experience, they notice that decentralization is important. It's hard to end up in crypto without believing that decentralization matters to some degree. But the question is, why here? You show up and there's a cultural slider about how much decentralization is the right amount. And Ethereum is like, you have to be able to verify Ethereum on a laptop. And the question is, why a laptop?
The larger the number of users that are verifying by default, the more secure a blockchain is. Because in the extreme, if nobody verifies by default except 10 different staking pools, then all that you need to try to force a change to the rules that the users might not like is 10 staking pools to come together and agree on it. But if, on the other hand, you have 10,000 users where the way that those users interact with the chain by default is they verify it locally, and we accept blocks if they see those blocks as being valid, if someone wants to try to push some change to the rules, they actually have to go to the users and they have to convince the entire set of users to go along with it. That's a much higher bar.
Let's say that I'm Solana. Solana is a super high throughput blockchain, has much higher hardware requirements than what Ethereum has. If I were a Solana proponent, I might say that Ethereum has 5,000 some odd nodes, something in that ballpark. Solana might have, let's say for the sake of argument, 1/10 the number of nodes. To actually get everybody in Solana to somehow fail to notice that there's been some fundamental failure or safety violation within Solana would be very difficult. Yes, it's 1/10 the number of nodes in Ethereum, but Ethereum just has some number of nodes. Solana has some number of nodes. They're all pretty large, and they're all large enough communities that they would notice if something were to go wrong. What is your counter-argument to the Solana advocate who says, look, it's consumer hardware, it's expensive consumer hardware, but it's still consumer hardware, and it's somebody who's sufficiently motivated can still go out and verify Solana transactions?
The way that I think about this is it's not just about what is the level of technical capability of running a node. It's once it gets to the point where running a node is so easy that people are comfortable doing it by default, right? If running a node is hard but possible, then there just is this constant pressure to try to save time and point yourself to another node. Potentially, even some of the people participating in the proof of stake consensus are going to start pointing to the same node. I think that actually happened in EOS a couple of years back. Right now, doesn't the Solana Foundation even have to explicitly do a whole bunch of work to actively encourage people to run nodes?
All these new layer ones have a lot of subsidies that go out to most of the node providers.
Right, so the question is, when the subsidies disappear, is the network still going to work that way? There's actually two aspects to this. One aspect is the technical feasibility, and technical feasibility is running a node easy enough that people are going to keep doing it as a hobby. Even with Ethereum, there's a lot that we could do to make running a node even easier than it is today, and a lot of the scaling things that we're doing and a lot of the protocol changes that we're doing over the next couple of years are trying to be in that direction. For example, there's this feature called stateless clients. The goal of stateless clients is that it becomes possible to verify the chain without having more than a very tiny amount of information on your hard drive. Right now, in Ethereum node, it takes up half my hard drive. After stateless clients, it's not going to take up any of my hard drive. Bitcoin is in a very good place already. From a node running ease point of view, Bitcoin is in a better place than Ethereum, but Bitcoin does obviously sacrifice by having significantly lower throughput than Ethereum does. So technical feasibility is one aspect. Another important aspect is culture. People need to feel like it is this very ingrained responsibility that there's lots of this very independent verification going on. And that's something that is difficult to cultivate. It is one of those things where if you lose it, it is fairly difficult to try to get it back. And I do think Bitcoin has that. I do think that in Ethereum, with the staking culture, it's actually been improving recently, and I want it to keep improving. But it is the sort of thing that needs to be highly valued. The two things play into each other. If you have a culture that values running nodes, then you have a culture that's going to value making protocol changes to make it easier to run a node. And if it's possible to run a node, just technically speaking, then it's more likely that you're going to have that kind of culture. People sometimes ask us, hey, why not crank up the parameters by a factor of 5, and why not require people to have 10 terabyte hard drives? And a lot of people in Ethereum core development are actively resisting this. So I think it's only Ethereum and Bitcoin almost that have cultures that are willing to actively make sacrifices for decentralization to that same extent.
I've always taken the point of view that the most decentralized coins will win in the end, because the whole point of block.
Okay. To see that something is true or is to say something. Okay. No. He claims to have made the president. He claims to have made the president, but I don't believe it. He claims to have made the president, but I don't believe him. Our parties have claimed success. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's elections terrorist group has claimed. Okay, all parties have claimed. All parties have claimed success. All parties have claimed. 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 Success in yesterday's election. Our parties have claimed. Our parties have claimed success. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. Okay. Our parties have claimed success. In yesterday's election.昨天的选举，所有的聚会，所有的 party， 所有的聚会，事实上都很在昨天的选举上，所有的 party 都非常成功，事实上都很成功，实际上都很成功。Okay, success. Okay, our parties has claimed success in yesterday's election. Okay, unknown terrorist An armed terrorist group has claimed an armed terrorist group has claimed responsibility. An armed terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. Successful. An armed terrorist group has claimed the responsibility for this morning bomb attack. An armed terrorist group has an armed terrorist group terrorist an armed terrorist group has claimed an armed terrorist group has claimed the responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. Bomb attack. An armed terrorist group has claimed the responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. An armed terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. Okay, an unknown terrorist. Okay, an unknown terrorist. Has claimed responsibility for this okay, what mean now? For this morning okay, morning the bomb for this morning the bomb first morning the bomb attack. Okay, an unknown terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. If an working. This working. If I'm working, or if I'm working, this working, this. If I'm working 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 if I'm working this work group claims. If I'm working this work group, or if I'm working this work group claims, or if I'm working this work group claims a particular number, if I'm working this, if I'm working this, work group. If I'm working this work group claims, or if I'm working this or work group claims a particular number of members, the number of people are believed to belong to it. Okay, what do you mean? To say that something is true or is a fact, okay. To claim, to say something that, okay. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. Okay. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river, for the pollution in the river, company, okay. Okay. Company permit. War party. Our party. No. Okay. Let me again. Claim. To say that something is true or is a fact. Although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. Okay. Let me see. The company claims it is responsible for the pollution in the river. Okay. Company. What? Okay. He claims meet the president, but I don't believe him. But I don't believe him. Okay, believe him. Okay. Next. Our party have claimed success. Our party have claimed success. For the election. For yesterday's okay, parties. Okay, no. In yesterday. What? Yesterday. In yesterday's election. Okay. An terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack attack. Yeah. Right. If our organization work group claims if our organization work group claims a particular number of members, or if an organization or group as group. Let me see. Group. If our organization or and group claim if our organization or group claims are particular number of members, claims a particular number of members, particular number of members, that number of people believed to belong to it. Believe to know that number of people are believe it to belong to it. If our organization work group has claims if an organization work group okay, number of members. Okay, no. Are particular. Okay, if an organization or group claim our group claims are particular or claims a particular number of members. That number of people. That number of people. Okay, the number of people to believe it, to belong to it. Okay, has Okay. Number of people are beneath it to belong to it. Okay. If I'm organization, 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 if I'm if I'm organization, if I'm organization, if I'm organization, work group claims a particular number of members. That number of people are beneath it to belong to it. Okay. If I'm organization work group claims a particular number of members, that number of people are beneath it to belong to it. If I'm working this, if I'm working this, if our organization or group claims are particular. If our organization, if our organization work group claims, particular number of members, the number of people are beneath it to belong to it, to ask for something, to ask for something, of value, because you value because you think it belongs to you, belong to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Okay. To ask for something, to ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. to ask for something of value because you think it. To ask for something of value. To ask for something is of value. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. You have a right to it. To ask for something. To ask for something of value. To ask for something of value because to ask for something of value because you think it belongs. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right place. You have a right place. Have a right place. The right place. Okay, to ask for something is value. To ask something of value. To ask something of value because you think it belongs. Because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Because you think it belongs. Because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. To ask for something. 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 To ask. To ask for something. To ask for something. To ask for something of value. Because you think it belongs to you. To ask for something of value. To ask for something. To ask for something is value. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. You have to write it, or because you think have to write to it. Have a right to it. Because you think you have a right to it. Okay. To ask for something. To ask for something is value. To ask for something of value because because you think because you think it belongs to you, or because you think or because you think you have to right to it, or because you think have a right to it. To ask for something of value, to ask for something of value because okay, let me get go again. To ask for something is value. To ask for something is something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think it right have because you think it or because you think have to right to it, have a right to it because you think you have. Okay, to ask for something is value. Okay, to ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it, or because you think you have, or because you think you have or because you think you have a right to have a right to it, or because you think you have a right to it. Okay, to ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Please. Okay, 休息。 可是我今天还没完成自己的任务，不行，不行。再来试。其实好像也不怎么OK， 就是这个没用。Yes, you have a right place, right place. Okay. Please. Just please.
Police. Police.
The police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. The police said that if no one claimed, the police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. The police said that if no one claims watch, you can keep it. Claims they watch, you can keep it. Okay. The police said that if no one claim, okay. The police said that if no one. The police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. When King Richard III died. When three died, Henry claimed the claim. Henry claimed the English throne. The English throne claimed the English claimed. Okay. When King Richard III died, Henry claimed the English is through. Okay. When they please. Okay. They please said that if no one claims okay, they please okay, they please said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. When King Richard III died, Henry IV claimed the English throne. English throne claim. Henry IV claimed the English throne.我感觉好像读的不太准确。
English.
Okay, English. Okay, the English throne. Okay, when King. Okay. When King Richard III died, Henry claimed okay, when King Richard okay, the police said that if no one claimed okay, the police said that said that if no one claimed they watch, you can keep it. Okay. When King Richard III died, you Henry IV claimed the English throne. Yeah, hello. To make a right demand for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right to it. To make a right demand work agreement. To make a right demand. Okay, demand. demand. To demand. Demand. What? Okay, no. 我一直没错，没错。那为什么写的是这样呢 ？Demand. Oh my god， 写错了，拼写错了。Demand. Demand. Demand. Okay, let's ask first. Okay. To make a right demand. To make a right demand for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right to it. Have a right to it. Okay. To make a right for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right to it. To make a right place. To make a right. To make a right. To make a right. Let me see. To make a right demand. To make a right demand from a government government. Understand?
To make a written demand from a government. To make a written demand from a government. To make a written demand from a government.
To make a 这是浊，这是阳，这是这发音不行。To make a
To make a written demand from a government. To make a written demand. To make a written demand from a government.
government.
To make a written demand.
To make a red.
To make a written demand from a government.
Red. 这里是反音吗？是一个 please written. OK， 这里是一个散音。To make a written demand. To make a written demand for money. To make a written demand for money from a government or from a government because you think you have a right to it. Okay. Let me do. To make a right demand for money. To make a right demand for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right to it. You have a right to it. Okay. Let me see. Get this. To make a to make a to make a right place, to make a right, to make a right demand, to make a right demand for money from government, to make a right demand for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right to it. You have a right to it. The number of people. I'm hungry. Stomach. I'm hungry. Very hungry. The number of people claim in unemployment benefits. The number of people claiming unemployment benefits has risen sharply this month. The number of people claiming in unemployment. The number of people claiming unemployment benefits had risen sharply this month. Okay. The number of people claiming the number of people claiming unemployment benefits has risen sharply this month. Benefits had risen sharply this month. Okay, the number of people what? Okay, the number of people claiming unemployment benefits has risen sharply this month. Okay, don't forget to claim your traveling expense after the interview. Don't forget to claim your traveling. Don't forget to traveling your expenses. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. Don't forget to claim your traveling. Okay. don't forget to claim for your traveling. Don't forget to, okay? Let me again. Okay, let me again. Don't forget don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. Okay, don't forget to claim. Okay, don't forget to claim. Don't forget to claim your traveling don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. Okay, sounds good. Okay, wait, I need rest and have a rest. Then like that. Like that. And rat.理解老师买这气死我了。你看我已经453，我们4，我们已经6。 操妈的！哎，把这个读完就 OK。UK. When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance. On the insurance and got 50 and got 100 and 150 and 150 back. When my bag was stolen. 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 When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance and got 50 and got 150 and I got $150 back. I claimed on the insurance. Okay. When my bag was stolen. My bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen. I claimed when my bag was stolen. My bag riding.
Stolen.
When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance. I claimed on the insurance and on the insurance and got $150 back. When my bag was stolen. 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 When my bag When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen, I claimed. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance and got 150 back. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance. I claimed on the insurance and got 150 back and got $150 back. when my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance. Insurance and got 150 back. If they store won't give me a replacement. If they store give me, if they store won't, if they store won't, if they store won't. Okay. Want.
Want.
Want. Want. Want.
Want.
Want. Want. Want. Want. Want. Want. Want. 再读一遍，再读一遍。
Won't.
Want.
Won't.
Want. If they store won't. Want. 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 If they store won't. If they store won't give me a replacement TV. If they store won't. If they store won't give me. If they store won't give me a replacement. If they store won't give me a. If they store won't give me a replacement. If they store won't give me a replacement, I'll claim my money back. I'll claim my money back. My money. If they store won't. 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 If they store. 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 If they store won't. If they store won't. If they store won't give me. If they store. If they store won't. If they store won't. If they store won't. If they store. If they store won't give me. If they store won't give me a replacement TV. I'll claim my money back. Okay. When my bag was stolen. Okay. When my bag was stolen, when my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance. Okay. When my bag was stolen. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance. I claimed on the insurance. And got 50 and got 100 and got 150 $150 back. if the store won't give me won't give me a replacement TV, I'll claim my money back. Okay. I'll claim. So claim. Okay. Claim. Claim. To make a right demand. Demand. To ask for something first. Okay. Or strong request. To make a right demand. To make a right demand for money. To make a right demand for money. For money. For government. Okay. 大致理解了。A strong request.